Hello, everyone. This is such a banger, my god. Oh my gosh. I'm so sorry for the stream peaking in the first 5 minutes. Hello, Sarah, Trish, Tom, Beanden, Nuclear Snake, Sun, Struggler, Soul Samurai, Nora, appreciate it, Nora. Hope you're doing well. Raph, Greenfool, Diego, Chris, Celestica. So good. It's so good. I heard this yesterday, and my god. Safwa, how's it going, Safwa? Hope you're doing well. Angry Shadow, Ray, Chill, Anarchic, Brimbo, Concerned Bud. Hope you're enjoying the VODs. Elijah, how are you? Excuse me, I wasn't able to respond, but I saw your message about Askin, and I'm very much looking forward to seeing your take. I wasn't able to read it, but I skimmed and saw the general gist. Thank you. Hello, Weaver. Hello, Mixed Toast. Osin, Unlucky Emperor. Kef. Hannah, we were indeed doing an improv dance, that's why I took 6 minutes to start. Trails music, guys? I don't know, man. It's right up there. It really is right up there. Hollow Ryuka, Interactive, Kane, Prickleman, Natural, looking dapper today, thank you. My goodness. Petupon, Porkers. Can you believe Trails elitists slander Daybreak for having bad OST? Get out, man. Get out. Low-key a bit better, might be a bit better than Reverie by the time we're done. Daybreak's OST is so good. Stoof, Downpour, hello. Welcome in. Catching up and seeing Nadeko so high on the protag list made me feel even better. I'm so glad. I can't wait to share more with you guys. I get so excited just to share with you guys how my tastes have evolved and all the new characters I've met and all the new thoughts I have or how things have developed. And I can't wait to oh my god, banger after banger. I can't wait to get into it today. Yeah, man. We got some fun ones today. Today, I don't know exactly where we're going to end, because we're going to do 2 more streams of Antagonists, and we're going to end it, we're going to reveal number 1 next week. So I don't know exactly where to end, maybe somewhere between 40 and 50, but regardless, there are tons of fun characters to talk about, and tons of cool reveals. We are starting with a bet, yep. Kratos is indeed in the top 100, yep. Thank Valhalla for that. Did I ever play the original God of War games? No, I didn't. But I've been told that Valhalla is a love letter to those. I'm betting it all on the Emmett top 1 stocks. Thank you, Safwa. Hey. Thank you for the 38 months, and it's it's a good bet. If you're gonna bet on anyone to be top 1, probably a good idea is to do it on last year's top 1. As you guys can all see here. Yeah. That was how it shook out last year. And yeah, we're gonna be starting out with a bet today. But let me just scroll down and give you guys, in case anyone missed yesterday, let me just quickly flash on screen who we've already had and talked about. Might have added that song to my playlist. Feels wrong before I even get to Daybreak, but it slaps. It's so good, man. Let me play it again. It's so good. Can we add the Blue Lock author on this list? Yes. Oh god, man. Oh, let me quickly put it in my anime list. I caught up to Blue Lock. I feel like I don't know how to explain how I feel. I'll leave it for the anime onlys to understand in 3 years or something. Emmett's top one? That chapter. Is Orochimaru in the honorable mentions? I believe he is. He should be. I believe he is. Yes, he is. So yeah, this is what we did. This is what we did yesterday. We started out. I'll just scroll through it because there's a lot of names here. You do indeed, Hannah. Hannah's been introduced to Orochimaru, and I think is quite invested. Yeah, so this is what we got here. Tier 8. Tier 7. Chunin exams? Can you believe that's... Can you believe that we have Land of Waves and Chunin exams and IMO? They're so good, they're so incredible, but neither of them are top 5 in the series. Can you believe that? In my opinion, at least. Is the community ranking selection still up? The ranking will be soon. The selection is not. So, like, you can't nominate names for it, but you can rank. You can give your own ranking, so you can vote. And then next week we'll go through it. Hello, Chris. Orochimaru is really, really cool. I don't know how to pronounce joie de vivre. Joie de vivre. Joy of life? I don't know. No, Kev, no worries at all. It works out perfectly because we're not finishing till next week. Do I rank Fated Battle and Tale of Jedi separately? I rank both. When people ask me to rank the arcs, basically, I go, do you consider them the same? And if you do, here's where I rank it. If you don't, here's where I rank it. Life's too short to really... when it's hard to divide arcs, life's too short for me to fret over it. I can't. I do play both sides. Like, there's some situations where I'm just like, yeah, this is an arc, this isn't an arc. But when it comes to Naruto, certain parts of Naruto and certain parts of Bleach, I'm just like, whatever, man. You tell me what you think, and I'll tell you what my ranking is. French AJ, Joy of Living. I see. Okay, so we got a lot to do. Do we want to get into it right away? I'm pretty down. Oh, I need to scroll up a little bit. I'm pretty down to get into it really quickly. It's interesting. I was taking a browse through the Discord, and I saw some people going like, ooh, is this character from Bleach gonna be this high? Where do you predict this is gonna be? Where do you think, is Naruto gonna drop? Is this gonna go up? Where's Yakuza? Where's this Yakuza character? It's so much fun. It's so much fun to see you guys guessing where certain things will be, cross-referencing. It's great. I love it. I love it. Aizen top 10. That is a hell of an expectation. That is a hell of a... That's a big thing to measure up to. My favorite arc in Naruto? The final arc. The final arc. But if you put a bunch of those arcs around the middle to second, third of Naruto together, then that. Top 50 and then? Hey, don't let me dissuade you. I'm just saying. Top 10 is crazy. So is top 15. Okay, and here's where we left off. Let's start with a bet. Gin might be top 20? Whoa, that's incredibly high too. Okay. So we can do two things here. We can do a fun three-way, or we could do... Yeah. Wait, do you guys want to do a three-way or a two-way? Hello, Wiz. Buy us dinner first? I got a Tim Hortons cookie. That's what I got. That's the best I can do. Hello, Nero. Three-way? The more the merrier? There. Okay, you got it. Neferpito. Hunter x Hunter. Why did I say the X? Or Solf J. Kimbley. Or Seri Donihi. Seri. Hunter Hunter. The classic Nora. Where were they last year? Let me show you. This is a fun one. Neferpito, Hunter Hunter. Solf J. Kimbley, Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood, or Seti, Hunter Hunter. Where were they last year, you ask? Pito was 74, Seti was 76, Kimbley was 77. So they were right by each other. This is a fun one. I'll give you guys 2 minutes for this one, since we're right out the gate starting strong. Kimbley above Bradley? Kimbley's always been above Bradley, I think. I'm pretty sure. Okay. So, let's do it. Which character is highest on the list? Pito? Kimbley? Or Seti? Kimbley was one of my first exposures to to really diving into archetypes and roles and mechanical structures of fiction as communicated through characters and character roles and all that sort of thing. And I just think he's just this awesome chaos factor, but also balancing factor and thematic tool for Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood. I really don't think the series works as well as it does without him. Pito is one of the most emotional and hard-hitting characters and one of the best examples of the inherent humanity in Hunter x Hunter and Chimera Ant. And while I think she's probably the least interesting to think about, I think she's nearly as emotional a character as Poof. And sorry, they. Excuse me. Excuse the pronoun. My younger self is taking over. They. Also, the Hunter x Hunter editor doing she for a lot of the time. Screw with me. But probably the most emotional. Close to the most emotional. Right up there. And the moment where they go, thank goodness it was me, as they just completely fade, is one of the most hard-hitting, disturbing moments in all of Chimera Ant. And the whole ascent to humanity, the whole stuff with instinct versus purpose, and where their compassion slowly came to the fore. It's beautiful. It's beautiful character evolution, and I love Pito. And Seti, I don't know, man. Like, kind of similar to Morena, kind of got lots of peripheral similarities to a lot of characters throughout Hunter x Hunter, and yet is completely his own thing. I made a video about him. I think he's amazing. I think he's one of the most terrifying instances in the series of probably the closest thing to the most evil character, I think, in the series. And the way he's presented, the presentation goes the full 9 yards. He's just totally fantastic, and so he has this awesome hook through his dynamic with Karapika and the stuff, the theories with that, his parallels with Krollo and the theories you can do and interpretations you can do with Krollo in his past, what he says about the Cockine sort of succession war, and the sort of embedded culture. All three are amazing. Good morning, Claire. The bed is not there. I want to give a spiel for each of them, but now it should be there. There we go. I'm assuming the order will be Seti bottom, then Pito, then Kimblee at the top. I want to throw rocks at Seti. Me too. I still think that when this gets animated, because it surely will, definitely, Seti is such a Suda Ken character. He's such a Suda Ken character to me. What Seti says about chasing ideals of strength and greatness and how it's like an extremely dark intent of early Gon's darkness. And yeah, like there's something very kind of an abstraction and an extrapolation of early Gon and Hisoka with the way that he chases beauty and aesthetics. It's really cool how that sort of element of chasing something is present in a lot of characters throughout Hunter x Hunter. Jing, Gon, Hisoka, Uvo, Seti. I know, Trish, it's over. It's over if it is. He just feels like the perfect guy to voice him, right? Morikawa? I could see Morikawa doing it. I've always been biased because in my mind, Suda Ken just works the best for some reason, but that would work really well too. Suabe? Suabe would be great. Suabe would be really good. Okay, let's see. Oh, Kimblee not excuse me. Kimblee not having a lot of love. Okay. Okay. I always envisioned Seti to have a more feminine voice in a sort of contradictory hypocrisy to his extreme misogyny. Interesting. Oh, sorry, Hannah. Well, I think we'll have another one soon. We'll have... we're gonna have a lot of bets. We'll have a lot of bets. Okay, so the results are... 9% say Kimblee, 27% say Pito, 64% say Seti, in what is quite a landslide. That's quite a landslide. The answer for people on mobile is, if there's a pin, does the vote come up for you? From what I remember, votes are really weird on mobile. I think it's really, you have to kind of jump through hoops. It shows the video? Oh, the link. It shows the link for you. Is there for you. You might have to refresh. Hannah, just check in the point redeems and you'll see it. It's that's so weird, man. I wish they'd just be simpler. Okay. The answer, though. Number 88 is Sulf J. Kimblee. You guys were right about that. Number 87 is Seti, and number 86 is Pito. All of them almost identical drops, which aren't really drops in this economy. Congratulations to 27% of you. That was really good. That was a really tough one. Pito's the emotions in Pito just about put them a tiny bit above Seti, but I will say that is short-lived. Like that is not gonna maybe in the next batch. If Seti has anything in the next batch, it's so close that I think he'll go above Pito, just with a tiny bit more. All my waffles gone again? No! Kev, we gotta get you more. We gotta stream for 10 hours today. Pito is the answer. Congrats. Spend them wisely. And then I did want to do a couple of quickfire bets, just because, why not, you know? But I won't do it yet. Do you think we'd ever get that FMA reread? I've never read FMA, so it wouldn't be a reread. But we are going to absolutely read FMA. At least the first bunch of chapters. That's a locked-in stream goal. That's locked in. Hello, Mel. Welcome in. Missing for all these Antag bets? Don't worry, you're right on time. We just did one bet. I'll be there no matter what? I've never read FMA. I've never read it, but it seems like the manga is hella good. It seems really good, and I want to re-experience it, and that just seems like a really good way to do it. Number 85. Golden Kamui is on the list, yep. Number 85, Aomine Daiki from Kuroko no Basuke. To this day, since the moment I watched Kuroko no Basuke, the moment I finished it, to this day, by far my favorite character in the series. Very Togashi in his presentation. I think you can see the Togashi influence in Aomine. A really beautifully presented, fractured psychology and genuine trauma. Like, it sounds dramatic, but genuine trauma. And then combine that leading to his disillusionment with his dynamic with Kagami and Kuroko, and how they help him feel the joy that he lost, and how the complexity in the moments, like when he goes to his coach and he's skipping out on practice, and he's like, come on, just, he's saying, there's no point for me practicing, you know? And he kind of internally begs him to try to reprimand him and say, no, come back and practice. But he gives in, and then he's just horrified, and he sees no reason to continue, and his light almost goes out. It's so good. I love Aomine so much. He's an OG. He's kind of a legacy character for me. Yeah, he's one of my first sports anime characters I connected with too, Ray. I am a big sports person, for anyone who doesn't know, and I sort of was a bit hesitant that anime would be able to properly connect me with sports in the way that I feel, in the way that I so viscerally feel for sports. But Aomine was so influential for that. Literally quotes Netedo, literally. For anyone who doesn't know, Togashi kind of worked as a little bit of an editor for Kuroko no Basuke, or like an advisor for Kuroko no Basuke. I think an advisor is a more accurate role. And there are interviews about it, there's information about it, and you can see it so much in Aomine. He literally, almost bar for bar, replicates something that Netedo says in Chimera Ant. I imagine Seti's this low because he's yet to be fully fleshed out. This isn't low at all. This is... I mean, look. But if you're saying in comparison to where he could be, to where his ceiling is, yeah, like, more exposure, more internalization, more dynamics being fleshed out, just more of him will inevitably make him rise. This is incredibly high, especially for a character who, you know, hasn't had, in comparison to characters like Neferpito or Grimjo or someone like that, or L, he's comparatively got much less. Are we locked in for NBA playoffs? Yup. I fell asleep watching Clippers Nuggets, but I was hanging on last night because it's such a good series. That actually makes me a lot more interested in checking out Kuroko. I'd say go for it. It's such a fun series, and the character work is deceptively really good at times. I definitely think it has a bit of a ceiling because it can be repetitive. It can last a bit too long in certain matches and stuff like that. The pacing isn't perfect, but I think they hit some magic with especially the core backstory of the series and how it leads to the characterization of everyone throughout. Kuroko anime or manga? No idea. You're gonna have to ask someone who's read it. If someone in chat has read it, feel free to answer. But I don't actually know many who have. Aomine and Kisei is beautiful. Aomine versus Kisei at the end of Season 1 is one of the big highlights. Is Itoshi Rin in the honorable mentions? No, I don't consider Rin or any character from Blue Lock to be an antagonist. I think Kuroko is kind of generalizably enjoyable. And really fun. So yeah, I think it's got a bit of something to enjoy for most people. I rewatched it with Hannah, yeah. I rewatched it with Hannah this past year. That was tons of fun. Not this song. Hello, Fiji. Welcome in. It's better in the anime, but there's some stuff left out in the anime? Oh, interesting. Okay. I really liked it in manga form. Cool. I'm not a huge basketball guy. Do you think I'd like it? Well, to this day... So, today, people generally... Like, Safwa just asked about the NBA playoffs. So people know that I really like the NBA. Kuroko no Basuke is what got me into it. I only started getting into the NBA because I watched Kuroko no Basuke and I'm like, this is cool. Hey, I think the Toronto Raptors are pretty good. Why not check it out? The rest is history. Now I love the NBA. But yeah, I don't think the anime matters. What Hannah says is true because it's not basketball. It's AU, Dragon Ball Z, Shonen, supernatural powers basketball. Thank you, Kane, by the way, for the 34 months with Prime. Sorry, that was a few minutes ago. I got a crazy midterm today, so can't stay long, but never been more upset to miss a stream before. Hope this list has been fire. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoy the VOD if you check it out. Best of luck with the midterm. You can do it. And look forward to seeing you whenever you can drop by. Thank you so much for the 34. Oh, I didn't know that, Nora. That's cool. R.I.P. Raptors roster? Raptors roster's looking good, man. Raptors roster's looking good. We're going to get a high pick, too. Raptors are looking pretty solid next year. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. If you think of sports anime as a gradient of, like, insanity, like, feel, I guess, Blue Lock is on one side, then I'd say Kuroko no Basuke, then Haikyuu, and then if you want to go even further, Run with the Wind, Ping Pong. My favorite basketball player? I don't know if I have one. Where would I put Medalist? Around Run... Medalist to me is kind of a Run with the Wind feel. Between Run with the Wind and Haikyuu. Who's my MVP for the NBA? Probably Jokic. Okay, I think my favorite player is actually probably Shea. SGA. I gotta rep Canadians a little bit. But Jokic is my MVP. Yeah, when I do the sports anime, like, scale, I think it's, like... extremes and insanity and over-the-topness compared to, like, subtlety. Compared to subtlety and mundanity and candor. And to me, Ping Pong is the most realistic and ground level in that way, I guess. I am, aren't I, Cryox? It's a little cool in my room, so I had to wear my red hoodie. It's gonna come off though, I'm sure. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense, Hannah. Weaver, you got to episode 18. Oh my god. Weaver, you're about to experience one of the best endings to a story ever. Hello, Skillex. I saw that you dropped the anime for the Metalist manga. What brought that about? I posted that I was watching Metalist in my Discord, and people were going like, "Oh, check out this version of this scene from the manga," and it was way better in the manga. So I'm like, okay, I'll drop it. I'll read the manga. Ping Pong is so good because it's simultaneously the most grounded look into the mentality of investing your everything into a sport, while also being one of the most artistically and beautifully presented manga ever. There are so many moments in Ping Pong. Well, we'll talk about it more in depth later. No spoilers, but spoilers. There are so many images that have embedded themselves into my mind. You can't cross the sea with wings that thin. I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but the butterfly crossing the sea, and how Joe would equate that to Smile and his flimsy ideals and the sort of half measures, the way he holds back against Peiko. Kong singing the Christmas song with his new family and his old family. Dragon, the image of Dragon's past, about his dad talking about what it means to fly and all that he lost. Peiko, just Peiko in general. Kong looking up at a plane. The way that Ping Pong uses wings as symbolism and the different types of wings is so ingenious. Wenga? I have not read Ping Pong, but I do have the manga. It's literally right in the corner. You might be able to see it. It's the bluish one in the corner there. Is the first volume. Right here. Oh yeah. Blue Lock's presentation, especially in the manga, Ray, takes it up another notch somehow. Luigi is Ping Pong. Anyways, number 84. We can keep talking about this stuff, by the way. This isn't like, okay, we need to go, because we have time. We have 3 streams for this. Is it true that a main character fucking dies in Blue Lock? Pump the brakes. This isn't Haikyuu. Cinderella Grey, interesting. I've heard about it. I miss Daichi too, man. I miss him so much. Is Blue Lock worth watching? Blue Lock is one of the best, is one of my more favorite sports anime. If I had to rank sports anime, I think it'd be like, or sports anime manga rather, it would be 7th or 8th, something like that. Haikyuu, Run with the Wind, Ping Pong, maybe it would be closer, Megalobox. Blue Lock might be ahead of Kuroko now, so maybe it's 5th? Unless I'm forgetting one. That's a deep cut. If anyone in chat understands all 3 of those references, they need to be my new best friend. Oh, Rio, you need picking up in the morning, pal? Hajime no Ippo? In my opinion, Hajime no Ippo is really, really good, but not quite to the level of the other ones I've mentioned. But I haven't read the manga. And from what I hear, the manga is like a huge elevation. Do I consider Chihaya Furu? I do, yeah. I might want to check out Uma Musume. I've heard. I don't think I remember anything about it. If anyone's told me anything about Uma Musume, I've completely forgot. The names of it is on my radar. The manga's unbelievable. I've heard. And speaking of which, the manga is right here. It's right here on the stream plans. It's not super likely to read it on stream, but I will check it out regardless. Where's Kagurabachi, by the way? Kagurabachi? Yes, Trish mentioned Cinderella Grey to me as well, yep. The problem is I'm experiencing, like, I'm in so many things right now. Like, I'm reading Medalist, and I haven't read that in a little while. I'm reading the Bleach novel, watching the Bleach anime, on and off stream. I want to get into Andor. I want to check out Andor now. Metal Gear Rising, yep. I might play that on stream, maybe. Oh, I know, Mel. I know. Your gushing about Kagurabachi gets me very excited for it. So, I mean, Cinderella Grey... Well, where's my anime list? Hold on. Cinderella Grey is on my radar. Let me put it on my plan to watch. What is it? Where... Oh, God, I don't know. I don't know what this is. Gray? This one? Is it this one? Oh, okay, okay. This one. There we go. So I'll put it. There we go. Look at the second voice actor. Uh-huh. I see it. I see it. Okay. Okay. Kagurabachi has superb antagonists? I guess we'll have to see for ourselves. I guess we'll have to see. I am definitely going to Gone. Wrong peak fiction. Wrong half of the best dynamic in all of fiction, Raph. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. I make mistakes like that all the time. Yeah, I'm really interested in Kagurabachi. I definitely want to do a premiere stream, or like I want to do a bunch of the first chapters. I might just spontaneously start, you might see on the schedule one week, like Friday, Kagurabachi, out of nowhere. Really, Kev? Oh my gosh. I really want to watch this. It's so bizarre. I heard about it from a list about girls in sports anime going insane because I want that. And then I found out it was horse girls. And I was like, oh, it's Gooner stuff, but I'm excited to hear it's actually good. You know, until this moment, I thought Trish was joking about horse girls. I thought you were joking. I thought it was just like a joke that I didn't really get. But I was just like, yeah, that's Trish's joke. Okay. Okay. It literally means horse girls. Okay. We're learning today. I thought I'd be teaching you guys about my rankings, but instead you're teaching me a lot of stuff. They do horse races as horse girls. That is insane. Okay, well, it's on the plan to watch. Wow, okay. I can't tell how much of a joke Kagurabachi is. I feel like I've only heard it in ironic context. Me too, but over the past few months, people like Mel, I think Fiji's praised it a little bit. People in chat have slowly come and said that it's genuinely really good, or elements of it are really good. Yeah, Struggler too. So I'm definitely curious about it. Is there anything from your on hold list you'd like to get back to? I'm sure there is. Ashita no Joe one day. Well, Beastars is on hold because there's more coming out. Then this Naruto one is weird. The One Piece one is weird. This one, I don't know how to pronounce it, but I want to watch this. Osama ranking. There are a few. Planets, just planets, okay. Can you show your drop list? You can just check it out on, just go to my profile, and you can check it out for yourself. It's right on there. I'm excited for a Fiji. I've been wanting to read it or watch it for like 8 years. Yeah, and my drop list, I mean, you can check it out for yourself. I remember so little about Medaka Box, Mel. I just know that one character. What's his name? I forget his name. Kumagawa, yeah. He's apparently really good. But I don't know. Yeah, Critty got me excited for him. And he still has me excited for him. But I just never got into it. Anyways, yeah, I'm sure I'll check it out. Uma Musume. I just don't know exactly when. Also, I gotta continue Apothecary Diaries too. Horse Girls Peak. Yeah. Anyways, number 84. By the way, this is a Final Fantasy XIV antagonist. Final Fantasy XIV antagonist, just be aware. Medion, Final Fantasy XIV. It's really interesting because I think a lot of my love for Medion actually has to do with things surrounding, like moments and scenes and thematics surrounding Medion, more so than her characterization itself. Outside of some sort of some conceptual things here and there and her programming, quote unquote. But it's all about her dynamics and moments and what it all means. Medion is adorable and super endearing and so cute. Like, you can see my heart just melt. Literally, you can see my heart melt on screen when I first met Medion in my VODs. So I adore her beyond words. But to get to this level, it isn't anything really to do with her characterization, but sort of everything surrounding her. Good idea, Selix. Everything surrounding her and all the relationships, and she's exactly what she has to be, but I think it's because she allows everything around her to flourish in the way it does. Yeah, it's super incredible character, but a little bit unorthodox in some ways. Okay, let me press enter to get this off screen since it's some people muted for it. Oh, it's probably fine, actually. Next. Oh, sorry. I didn't know if people were talking much about it. When I think of this character, it's impossible not to think of the character most closely tied to them. Yup, I have literal art on my wall right now. Thanks, Anna. Of that relationship and certain scenes. Final Fantasy XIV is, as of last year, the best video game story I've ever experienced. So everyone who muted Ibrahim, I hope you enjoy. Hannah, might be a good idea to mute. We'll see, Raph. We'll see. You hate me? Stop. Stop. Guys, careful. I told her to mute. This is no. Just the name, I think is fine. You're fine, Fiji. Again, I think spoilers are, everyone who joins these streams, spoilers are very, very possible, and I think everyone comes in knowing that, but just gotta be, I just try to be a little extra careful. If there are certain people in chat who haven't experienced it, it's all fine. It's all fine. Kabuto is so me-core. Slowly coming to realize how their sort of nondescript, sort of bland characterization earlier on was then recontextualized to actually be this stroke of absolute brilliance that informs how they became this sort of warped amalgamation of ideals and ideas thrust upon them in a way that was so goddamn, it just completely destroyed his mind, and it was such a cool evolution of the character that I never saw coming. Never in my life did I think that was going to happen in that way until they started really prominently showing certain elements of their evolution. Thanks, guys. We don't have to go super crazy with the spoilers for it, but yeah, just trying to protect people's experiences of these stories. I'm going to get rid of it and take it off screen. Super underrated. Never really talked about in the same vein as characters like Madara or Obito or Itachi or even I think a lot of characters that I think are not as good as Kabuto. Kabuto is in my top 10 to 15 bracket of Naruto. I think Kabuto is better than Orochimaru personally, and that's not a knock on Orochimaru. I just think it's incredible how well Kabuto is based off of the core of Orochimaru, and the sort of incredibly twisted mentor scientist assistant relationship. It's just unbelievable to me how Kishimoto was able to evolve the character. And I've talked a lot about how I don't make Naruto videos, you know? I still don't really want to do character analyses for Naruto characters, but if I ever were to, Kabuto would be one of the ones at the top of the list to do it for. They bloom like crazy. The way how we feel about the character at first actually makes sense with the characterization. Yeah, I know, it's crazy. It's insane. I couldn't believe it. He's low-key the most Kubo character? That's really cool. That's really cool. I need that Kabuto analysis. You can check out my VODs if you want it. Because, like I said, it's not coming. It's not, there is no Kabuto video analysis planned. But you can check out the VODs, where we talked about him for probably hours. I know, it's crazy. Just Kishimoto just casually brings about this character masterclass. I've talked with Fiji about Naruto a bit, and from what I gather, is the apprehension on Naruto analysis a worry about verging too much on summation? No, not at all. I just... Every time I get the drive to write a polished video essay about Naruto, I'm overcome with the feeling that the series speaks for itself, and even though it doesn't, because Kabuto is ripe for character analysis, but I'm just overcome with this feeling that, like, it doesn't need it. Not that I'd summarize it too much, but it's a weird paradox where it's like, yes, I think I could bring up a lot of interesting topics to the fore if I talk about this character, but at the same time, it doesn't feel necessary to me. And I don't really want to. The best way I can put it is that with Naruto, I think there's always a filter between a story and a video essay. And with Naruto, I think that filter is incredibly thick. Like, I feel that expressing myself in video essay format for Naruto at this point in time would really dilute the power of the topics I would try to cover. There's always going to be a dilution, but I think that Naruto would be the biggest one. That's just the feeling I get whenever I think about covering it. It would open the eyes for a lot of people with misleaded perceptions about the series. A video would be great because there aren't many videos dissecting Naruto characters on YouTube only Twitter. Well, did you hear what I just said, though? Like, with all due respect, I totally get that, and I agree. Naruto is very unfairly criticized in a lot of circles, but that isn't the problem. The problem is how I feel, because I'm making it, right? Yes, I agree, Claire. If I were to actually talk about Naruto, it would be personal reflections. It would be personal reflections. And I totally wish that Naruto wasn't so unfairly slandered in the way that it is, but ultimately, there's never an obligation to cover it. There's never a need to cover it. There's never a need to cover anything. As much as people have told me, you owe it. I've been told you owe the series. Like, you should cover it because you love the series, so you owe it to Kishimoto to dispel wrong interpretations and slander. So I've been told that. That's not true. That's obviously bullshit. But I really wish that it was easy for me to write about Naruto. But ultimately, every time I try, it just doesn't feel right. Whereas with Bleach, it's so natural. It's so natural to me. Hunter x Hunter, supernatural. Haikyuu, easy. Attack on Titan, Breaking Bad. Final Fantasy VII Retrilogy. Even One Piece. Like, it's really easy. It just flows, you know? It just flows. Hello, Gio. But with Naruto, it's really tough. I don't remember if any of you guys are some of the OGs who were with me in the first couple years of my making videos, but for like 2-3 years, I could not write about Xenoblade. I couldn't do a thing about it. I just had no idea how to talk about it because I felt like what it means to me personally and a lot of the things I want to say wouldn't be filtered properly or expressed properly. I ultimately was able to do it, but that is how I feel about Naruto. Do you ever find there's stories you struggle to write about but still make videos for? I don't think so. I think everything I made videos for, I don't think I've really struggled with. Generally. Blue Log? Blue Log was fun. That one was fun. I'm so glad, Holly. I'm so glad. Anyways, sorry. Kabuto, one of the most underrated characters in Shonen. One of the most underrated characters in Naruto. Peak antagonist, amazing character. By the way, people always ask what tier we're in. We're deep into double S. We're into some solid double S characters. Now, next is kind of a character that grows for me over time. Just grows and grows, and my appreciation for them grows so much that, honestly, it's come to a point where I use this character specifically as a sort of barrier for, like, are they like the heaviest hitters of the heaviest hitters? I, in my mind, always compare Antagonist to this character. When thinking about if they're in the upper echelons of my favorites. Like, the upper echelons. And it's a little-known series called Yakuza. Toru Hirose from Yakuza 6. I don't know, man. I talked about the rise for his counterpart. Where is he? Went up 19 spots, Kurisu. Um, Maybe it's an emotional connection thing, like the things you love about it are way too emotional. For example, I look at your Bleach videos and you dive into melancholy and motherhood, which are good analysis topics without getting too emotional. Kind of. You're definitely right about that. My connection to Naruto is much more emotional, whereas Bleach is very emotional too, but it's got more analytical things that are easier to deconstruct, you know? You're definitely right about that, Ray. On one hand, like my Fullbring analysis, my Fullbring video for Bleach is super emotional. It's just emotions, or primarily emotions. But the thing is, there's more to it. There's the percentage of emotions for Naruto is higher than it is for One Piece or Bleach, I think. Anyways, I hope that character's 6 out of 10 at least. He's at least 6 out of 10, promise. Fullbring is the most inherently emotional Bleach arc, I think. Yeah, it is intangible. Anyways, Todo Hirose is like a gatekeeper for the upper echelons of my top 150 antagonists and my favorite antagonists and like the upper tiers, which is funny to say considering there's 81 characters above him, but you know what I mean. We're already high up. The more I think about Yakuza 6, the better it ages for me, and the better Hirose ages. And I think there's so much depth and richness in the more you look at his relationships and everything around him. From the way in which he stole Haruto, you know, he kind of stole Haruto and sort of clung on to him. That's a very loaded action there, if you really... I know, Tom, right? If you really think about it, it's a really loaded action, him sort of grabbing onto Haruto, and kind of kidnapping Haruto and holding him kind of hostage. But then you look at the way he had a relationship with his father figure, and then the way he then, in a compensatory contrast, cared for his boys, and the way they looked at him, and the way Kiryu then compares it with his own relationships, and just the sheer emotions of his backstory, how it all comes to the fore, his trauma, the voice acting. There's a moment of voice acting where he just regresses from a 70-year-old into a 12-year-old, like a literal child in the voice acting, and it is stunning. It is so disturbing. It is so emotional. It's unbelievable. I love Hirose. He just ages better and better for me. He's incredible. Haruto clinging to him? Yeah. Yeah, a 3-spot rise for Hirose. Yep. So yeah, he's kind of become a gatekeeper for me in this list. I always internally think, are they better than Hirose? A lot of the time, they're not. A lot of the time, they're not. Next up, hello, Jonah. You haven't missed a lot. We've just done, like, 7 or 8 characters. Next up is a new entry. I think we'll do a bet between... one will be kind of coming up. Ginjo? Bleach? Yes, the smoke screen, the music during the battle as well. It's so good. So this is last year's, right? Okay. Number 81, new edition. Lots of people were saying Ginjo. Incorrect. It is Ambessa Medarda. Fantastic. One of the best characters in Arcane. One of the best characters in Arcane. One of the biggest triumphs of Season 2. I have spoken for hours and hours about Season 2. Mostly extremely positively. But there are, I think, without a doubt, lots of problems with Season 2. Lots of limitations, some unfulfilled potential, some messiness. It's got lots of flaws. Ambessa, but Season 2, what it does have are strengths that absolutely rival and maybe even in some ways, at times surpass for me, the peaks of Season 1. Not as consistently, but the peaks of the series, the biggest peaks of the series for me, are present. The biggest peak of the series is present in Season 2. It's not Ambessa, but she's damn close. She's absolutely one of the best characters in the whole show. I think I had her as my 6th favorite? 6th or 7th, something like that. And just the more you learn about her, the music video as well, how that adds to her characterization, her relationship with Mel, how trapped she is, how she looks at her, how she's so strong and yet at the same time so weak, and looks at herself as weak and in certain ways for not being able to find the strength to forgive. Her relationship with Caitlin and how loaded that is. Her dynamic with power and what that says about Arcane as a whole. The voice acting is incredible. I know the music video does get. I know Arcane is kind of. It's kind of Kingdom Hearts coded like that. Though, funnily enough, the music video, people told me that the music video would, like, change my whole perception of the character. And it didn't really. It just kind of confirmed things. But it's definitely an essential part of her character, I think. She kind of lives what Tywin Lannister preaches, and what's beautiful about that is she lives, in some ways, an empty life. An empty life constantly plagued by anxiety, constantly striving to climb this hill that she will never climb because of the very paradoxical nature of what's going on with her psychology and what she's trying to make up for and what she's trying to protect. It's incredible. Ambessa's so goddamn good. The strength to forgive, yeah. She is so good. I loved your point in the video about how she constantly sees enemies causing her to have more enemies. It's an endless cycle. Right. Ambessa is from the very beginning someone who needs to protect that which she cares for, that being her family. But in order to protect them, the only way she conceptualizes being able to have strength and being able to protect in this world is by making more enemies through subjugation and oppression. Yet, that will paradoxically only lead to more enemies for those she's trying to protect. And it's just a vicious cycle that gets worse and worse and worse. And she has this brilliant speech in episode 8 of season 2. Maybe the best thing about episode 8, which is probably the worst episode in Arcane, where she talks about how it is not enough to just get to just be free of them. You have to get revenge on them because they threaten the very foundations of freedom, the philosophy of freedom. Those who would, like, she feels like there is constantly a guillotine above her neck, always, and how exhausting that is, and how exhausting grief is and loss is. Ah, it's so good. And then the element of not mourning soldiers but avenging them, and how that ties in with that. Should she be higher? No. I thought about this already. This is her spot. She might rise higher later. Like next year maybe. But this is her spot for now. Like, when we get to this point, everyone's peak. Everyone's peak. The burial for Isha. Oh, such a beautiful little detail. I love her for what she did for Isha. Yes. Well, I just said it explicitly, sorry. Everyone wasn't peak before. No, everyone is peak. Shukuro Tsukishima, peak. Everyone's peak. But these are slightly more peak. She's so fixated on being a fox and a wolf that she forgot to care about her humanity. See, and that's the thing. I don't want to get into criticisms because this is a celebratory stream. But to talk really quickly about one of my criticisms with Mel, I didn't like certain elements of the way that Mel was presented. Nothing huge, but I'm definitely a bit hesitant with certain things, and I'm seeing where it's going. But something that people always tell me is like, oh, Mel, what's great about Mel is that she became a fox and a wolf. So, Mel, stop. Uh, is that she became a fox and a wolf, and that's great. At the end, she became a fox and a wolf, and she overcame her mother. And I'm just like, why is it a good thing that Ambessa is proven correctly? Why is it a good thing that she's proven to be right? She's shown to be misled throughout the whole story. That's my problem. It's not. I don't think it should be celebrated that Mel had to become a wolf. I don't know. Part of the beauty of Ambessa is that she's wrong. I don't know. They kind of have you filling in a lot of the gaps with her relationship with Caitlyn, but it makes sense when you can take so much from how she feels about Mel, and how paradoxical that is, and how it represents her vulnerability, and at a certain point you realize she did it again with Caitlyn. Yes, there is genuine care, and there's genuine displacement of, replacement, substitution. She can't have Mel, so she pours herself into a different daughter figure that she does have a blind spot for. There's a moment in the series where she makes a very kind of amateur mistake. And I've seen some people criticize that because Ambessa's too smart for that, but her emotions get in the way. Her emotions get in the way of her logic, and she can't help but confirmation bias her way into traps. And then also, one of the most horrifying things to me I've seen in recent memory is her inciting this nationalistic, fascistic, militaristic march to bring Caitlyn into power. Ultimately, I'm a little disappointed with how that went, but the moment itself and what she did is this crazy evil charisma that is very rare, is very unique. It brought about feelings of me that, equal parts horror and admiration. It was so good. Absolute chills. She's only partially right. Being able to channel the wolf side is important, but it became an obsession, a necessity. Right, and my problem is that people talk about the wolf as it's needed. It is a necessity. Whereas, yeah, you need to be cutthroat sometimes to be that sort of leader. But not to the extent that Ambessa was. That destroyed her, right? Anyways, I don't think there's a single flaw with Ambessa. I think she's close to perfect. I think she's incredible. She's so good. She's one of the shining lights of not just Season 2, but Arcane. Oh, God, it's so good. Yes, and then when she sees Rictus... When she sees Rictus fall on the battlefield, her reaction to that tells you so much. That right there is Ambessa, and how she reacted to it. Grief, and how do you respond immediately? Attack. You experience loss, how do you cover that up? More power, attack others. It's so good. Okay, you know what? She's higher. Sorry, number 80? You are peak. You are so peak. But I think Ambessa's a little bit better. A little bit better. You know, people sometimes say I'm a prisoner of the moment. I don't know why people think that. Number 80, technically 81 now. Toji Zenin, Jujutsu Kaisen, one of the most efficient characters in a cast of incredibly efficient characters. I love Toji. It's a 7 drop, that's not really a drop. I love the voice work. The voice work from Koyasu, the really beautiful, efficient dynamic with Megami, and a lot of the emotions there, and a lot of the things that are unsaid. So much is said through what is unsaid between the two. The beautiful dynamic with Maki, which a lot of people say is bad somehow, but is one of the best dynamics in the whole series. And the way in which they foil and contrast one another. How he is one of the best examples in the story of personifications of cursed energy. I gotta get him back to 80. He's so unbelievable. Toji Naoya, I need to think a bit more about Naoya in general, but I see what you mean, Sam. A lot of sort of things about masculinity and power with regards to the both of them, I can sort of see there. And how Naoya, even though Naoya brings it to the fore and idolizes and all that stuff very prominently, I never think about it as much as I should. Neutra Aizen, cool. Toji Gojo, oh yeah, amazing. The one who was released from Fate, how he is, I made a video about Toji and Maki, and what I love is how he is kind of this haunting specter, this ghost, this vengeful spirit of the Jujutsu Kaisen world who was cast out and came back to haunt everyone. And he's incredibly awful and villainous in a lot of ways, but also it's kind of gratifying to see him do what he does. Or rather, do what he does... No, sorry. The sentiment of him doing what he does, I think being carried on in a way through Maki. Now his conservatism leading him to idolize a man that lamented the stoic masculinity he bore is so... It's very, it's Neutra Aizen, but to me it's also, in some ways, Flock Erwin. Oh, God! No! Now I'm thinking Toji is better than him. You know what? Oh, fuck. The way Toji reacts after finding out Megumi is a Fushiguro, it's so good. Oh, man, it's so good. Toji's so incredible. Have a bet right now between Toji and M-Bessa? It's not going to dictate what I do, but you guys want to? Why not? Who do you think is better? Toji or M-Bessa? Who do you think is a better character? Toji, M-Bessa. Go for it. The vote is up. I'm curious. It's not going to affect anything, obviously, of my list, but how do we decide the winner? I'm going to decide. I have to think just now. Rated character dynamic, Toji and Megumi, double S for me. Double S. Oh, shit. It's a bet. Oh, shit. No. No, sorry. It should be a poll. Let me delete it. Yeah, I don't know how we decide who wins. It should be a poll. Sorry. Who is the better character? Toji M-Bessa. There you go. That should work. Battle of the Shit Parents. Who's the better parent? Low-key. I feel like there's an obvious answer to that, but low-key, I might disagree with it. Singe is in the honorable mentions. Yeah. I don't know either story, but one is an evil woman and the other is a misogynist, according to what I've heard, so my choice is easy. Toji... There might be some misogynistic notes to Toji. But I personally haven't seen them. I don't think. The misogynist is the one who idolizes him. Toji's detachment from Fate is so... See, that's what I'm saying, Trish. That's what I'm kind of saying. Is so good that it unintentionally kind of leads to me being disappointed with Maki's ultimate role in the series. Ooh, I'm with you. I'm with you a little bit, Mel. Maki's one of my favorite characters in the series, but I'm with you. He's more misanthropic than a misogynist. Yeah, I agree. I haven't seen any misogyny in Toji at all. Which partly elevates the Naoya-Toji dynamic. So the winner is Toji. You guys think Toji's the better character overall? I think I've kind of decided he is a wife guy. Yeah, he is a wife guy. I think I've decided that actually both of them, both of them are above the one above them. Sorry, number 79. So what I've kind of decided is Toji is 79, Ambessa's 80, and another character, which we're about to talk about, is 81. You guys better not convince me that this one is better than these two, but you probably will. Godot, Ace Attorney Trilogy. You knew it, Tom? How the hell did you get that? That's crazy. To me, by far, the second best character. To me, there is two characters in Ace Attorney that are head and shoulders above everyone else, and I love the Ace Attorney cast, but that's just how good they are. Godot and Herlock. And Godot is firmly my second favorite. I think he's absolutely stunningly done. Maybe Godot should be higher? Stop. He is better? He probably is. Ah! He's really good. It's crazy how you made me... Deep inside, I knew that I was going to be questioning this, because all you have to say is, maybe he is higher. The most low-effort bait of all time. And I'm just like, you know what? Think of the final case? I am. Godot is definitely better, sadly, not even close, Lamayo. Hey, don't be mean, guys. Don't be mean. All these characters are great, and it's my list, and it's my preference. Don't be rude. These must be my tears. See, no, you're right, Nora. See, this is what happens. This is what happens as I do the list. It's just internally. Think of, you should remember that there is no red in my world. These must be my tears. It's fine, Sam. I'm mostly talking about what Kylov said. I'm glad they're on YouTube, Nora. I lost a couple of the VODs in the shuffle because of Twitch's policy. But I'm glad they're on there. You know what, guys? No, you... I think, you know what? I think I was right the whole time. I think I was right the whole time. I think my order was right. I think it was right. I never question myself. Never question myself. Never... What was I doing? Second guessing myself. My initial instinct is always right. Oh, wait. What was it before? Yeah. So... Yeah, so what it's gonna be is... What it's gonna be is what it was before. Almost, actually. Almost. Not touching this. This works. I'm happy with this. Boom. Twitch chat is a way for AJ to learn more self-affirmation and believing himself. Truly a triple S dynamic. With the one caveat being that Toji is ahead of Mbessa, I think. Is that how I started? I don't even remember how we started. We gotta move on. Have I thought about Mbessa some more? We gotta stop. We gotta stop. That's how it started? This is how it started. Number 78. Archer! Fate Stay Night. And I'm sure about this one. No, you're right, Ray. Actually, the whole thing we just went through increased my love for all three of them. Think more about Hirose? Ophi, I can't. I can't. I don't know if that's possible. Archer, one of Fate's best characters, probably outside of Shido, my favorite character overall. If you just look at the visual novel material, I actually think that in Fate's Day Night specifically, not Hollow Ataraxia, Archer is my second favorite character. Purely from that material. Kide is ahead of him, but I think if you just comparatively look at the material, I think it builds on Fate Zero, and Kide is... It's a different situation with Kide. Archer is such an achievement in character writing and divergences and perspective and self-reflection. And if you don't know the situation of his character, I won't spoil it, but he has such an amazing concept for a character and a concept for questioning oneself and having confidence in one's own ideals, which is very applicable to me right now. My favorite Fate route is probably Heaven's Feel. The last Stardust scene in the anime? Mm-hmm. It's been ages since I watched it, actually. But, oh, when Emiya plays... Oof. Hirose and Toji parallels? Oh, God. Yeah, Archer is such an achievement in character writing and character presentation, and one of Suabe's best roles. And I think the conclusion that it reaches is something of such beautiful, like I said, self-affirmation and belief in one's own path, and to keep going regardless of anything, because of the belief you put into it. And this sort of arbitrary nature of what it means to be real, what reality is versus what others will deem to be fake. He's incredible. He's so incredible. Hello, Dave. I think it's really cool that in one of the routes he gives his life so that Rin can have a threesome in a Fate is a trip, isn't it? What is Fate even about? Ideals. The smile at the end of UBW. Does anyone have a screenshot of that? I kind of want to look for it. Yeah, I think I agree with you, Ray. Heaven's Feel is probably my favorite route. But UBW's peak probably is the most defining peak of this the series, the visual novel. You got it, Sam? Fate has so much good, but also Fate. The H scenes. These lists are hard to make, man. Fate's Day Night Remastered stream soon? Don't tempt me. Don't tempt me. Okay. Oh. I don't know what the next bet will be, actually. But there are lots of fun ones coming up. Check this out, but not on screen. Guys, I think we gotta end stream. Thank you, Blackhawk. Next up, number 77. Which dynamic do I prefer? Shido Kiritsugu or Shido Archer? Probably Archer. It was not porn. It was not porn. Fate does cook. Fate does cook the vast majority of the time. Oh, Kotomine. Oh, Kotomine. Shido Kotomine or Shido Archer? Probably Shido Archer. I think Shido Archer is my favorite Shido dynamic, I think. I'm pretty sure. The other, Kide, and she is immense, is unbelievable, but by just a little bit. Bet Ginjo versus Geto. Interesting. Hello, Johnny. Number 77 is a character that lots hate. Have you guys heard of the series entitled Yakuza / like a Dragon? This character is much maligned, but to me, he will always be special, important, defining, with one of the best dynamics in the entire series, incredibly fucked up and twisted and dark and all over the place and just bizarre and layered and twisted in the most beautiful way, with a core of genuine love tinged with an unhealthy in some ways idealization. Jun Oda. Not Terada, no, sorry. Jun Oda, he struck me as one of my favorite characters in Yakuza 0, and to this day, he has remained to have one of the... You had no idea? Never heard of it on this channel ever. I gotta up those numbers. He has remained to this day one of the strongest characters in the series, and honestly, like you guys know, I'm going through Yakuza 0. I'm re-experiencing it. I have not yet gotten to the big Oda stuff, so I'm really interested to see. Maybe by this time next week, Oda's position will have changed, and I will just tell you. But I'm interested to see if re-experiencing it, the big Oda stuff, will change my mind. But I'm pretty confident about his spot. I think his and Tachibana's dynamic is absolutely uncomfortable, disturbing, in some ways beautiful. All over the place, so layered and so complex and so rich. I totally love it. So yeah, I love Oda. Did he elevate for you, Sarah? Thank you for the hydrate, Weaver. Is that the gay trafficker guy? Yes! I love him so much I forget people hate him. Yep. Have we gone up past the point where Yamai would have been? This is more or less where Yamai would have been. Yamai would have been like maybe a tiny bit below Oda, I think. I believe. Let me double check. Yeah, yep. He'd be a tiny bit below Oda. Can one of the mods give Weaver back his points? Because he accidentally did the hydrate? Might move one Antag down to move Oda up in my list. Oh-ho? Oh-ho? I love Oda so much. And I think he actually might be my favorite voice performance from... I forget the voice actor's name, forgive me. But he does Kamina, he's in Apothecary Diaries. He does Hisagi from Bleach. I think it's my favorite performance from him. Why are you we live with the mistakes? Crazy. Number 76. He's Kyoya from Kaito. Yes, he is, yep. Katsuyuki Konishi. Oda. Whoa, Mel. Whoa. Oda Tachibana has inklings of Akiyama Kiryu. That is really interesting. I told my father about your top 100 pro tags, and he said John is too low. Jonah, I'm afraid you gotta tell your father to get on my level. Tell your dad to get good. Tell your dad to get good. Has your dad experienced Kazuma Kiryu? Has your dad experienced Ichiban Kasuga? Has he experienced Gone Freaks, Hinata Shoyo? Eren Yeager? There you go. That's why he thinks he's too low. Weaver or his points? We love Weaver. We will always take Weaver. And I love that Weaver sticks to his ideals. Number 76. Oh. Well. This is actually wrong. I edited this morning. This is wrong, I'm afraid to say. But I will give it to you. I'll give both to you. And let's give you this one too. Boom. Struggler, let's ignore that you would have got the bet right. Number 76, Ogi Oshino, one of Monogatari's best characters. And honestly, I asked this in the Discord a few months ago. I'm just like, is Ogi an antagonist? I still, to this day, don't know if I think that they are. But I'm keeping them on here. Thank you, Mandarina, for the 27 months. Yo, I haven't been watching streams lately. I've been super busy the last couple of months. I have more free time lately, so I'm looking forward to hanging around more. Couldn't miss the ranking streams. I myself have been reading some books when I had a chance, and my rankings have been pretty shaken up by some great fantasy series. Interesting. I'm curious about which sorry, my brain. About which fantasy series you've gotten into. But regardless, thank you so much, Mandarina, for the 27 months. I really appreciate it, and welcome in. I hope the busyness has gone well. I know Power Flare, Nadeko, Ogi. I don't know to this day if I think that Ogi's an antagonist, but it's the borderline, and they were there last year, so I'll keep them there. I'll keep them there for now. Yeah, that's probably why, what Safwa says. In Owari Season 2, specifically, they're antagonist, and that is their most defining stuff. I noticed a trend with a lot of the antags in this section. What is the trend? I'm highly stressed, but Ghetto being 74 soothes my brain. Oh no. Well, I'm glad it's been soothed. I hope to soothe it further somehow. Maybe a bet will soothe it. I'm not sure. There's a vibe to this 77 to 74 range? I think so. No, Dave, we had him earlier. He's number 101. Number 101. I don't think there's a better antithesis to it than Ogi. I agree. But the way the role evolves made me question it. It doesn't matter. They're here. Ogi is here. Is there no you in Getzo? I could take it off. What? I personally don't consider her as one anymore, but padding it with P character is also valid. That's what a couple of them are. Yeah, Ogi is one of the better characters in Monogatari. I think they're around top 7 or so, 7 or 8. Have there been any bets? We started the stream with a bet. But there hasn't been one in a while. Hello, Lux. Hello, hello. There are aspects of Ogi that I feel not a lot of people talk about, and there's a lot of unspoken emotion that I feel comes with them that isn't discussed either, but I can't say because spoilers. Feel free to say it. Honestly, like, we do it as a courtesy to delete stuff if it's really explicit and things like that, but these streams are for discussion. So if someone really doesn't want to hear this, they can mute it and then they can come back, and that's all fair game. We at times will try to, as a courtesy, delete stuff just in case, or if the identity of a character is a big spoiler of an antagonist, but feel free to discuss. That's what these streams are for. I need to watch Monogatari so I can see where your Twitter thread, woman holding up a light 9 sign, is from. That's the best reason to watch it. I know he is. He really is, Mel. Araragi's a really, really interesting character, and the way his psyche is reflected back on him through his relationships, it's super good. Kugo Ginjo. Another quite high new addition. I believe that I've got to be one of Ginjo's biggest fans in the world, I think, despite him having 74 characters ahead of him. His dynamic with Ichigo is so goddamn special. If you've seen my full brain streams, you saw my reaction to it. They are so alike. They are so fundamentally connected as people, and the way they view certain things that occur with them and their connections with others is very, very much in line with one another, and they have such shared experiences. But the way Ichigo defies him, not by rejecting all that he is, by ignoring him, by telling him that he's wrong for thinking the way he is, for thinking the way he does, but by going, I understand you. I don't blame you for feeling the way you do, and yet I disagree, and I'm going to choose my ideals and enact them on the world, and so I have to defeat you. And the way that speaks to Ginjo, the way it all coalesces, the way you can sort of characterize him with his relationships with people like Tsukishima, and that one cover with his smile, you understand all that and still you reject me. It's so good. It's so good. I'm too much of an empathy merchant to not, right? I want to watch Monogatari, but I don't know what order, and I see different ones online. Do an RNG, and then just go from there. I'll tell you what I did. I started with Bake Monogatari, and it served me well. Discworld. Interesting. I don't think I've heard of that. Cool. I've not heard of that, Mandarina. I'm glad you're enjoying it so much. Deadass? No, I'm serious. I did start with Bake. I started with Neko Kudo. That must have been a little confusing. I don't know, but I've never heard of Discworld, I don't think. Sarah. Oh, Sarah. That'll be... Let us know how it goes, Sarah. He became such an essential piece of my overall interpretation of what Bleach is about. And how it's expressing it through symbolism and its meta layer. Kugo... Why do I keep saying Kugo? Ginjo's interesting because, on one hand, he's so emblematic of all that Bleach is about in the way that Struggler described, but at the same time, he's kind of on his own, to me. He's kind of in his own realm with the relationship he has with Ichigo. Those two, to me, understand each other fundamentally in a way that's just different. I know him so well. Oh, I know, Ray. It was for me. It was for me. It's a weird one, but all in all, he has one of my favorite relationships in the series with Ichigo, and the way his arc, Fullbring, Tsukishima, the way it all ends is one of the best, straight up one of the best arcs, endings to a shonen arc I've ever seen. One of the most emotionally affecting. Alley of Silence did have something to do with it, but the writing itself is sublime. Does that make us even? Yeah, and true struggler, and also the way he sort of takes up a bit of a ground level god moniker as well. God, it's so well presented. I didn't start with Kizu. Yeah, I think I did Kizu after Neko. I think. Can't fear your own worlds, right? As a beta Yuha. That's a cool description. Might be why some people don't connect much with Ginjo if they don't tap into Ichigo's journey and internalization. Maybe. Ogi, in their own way, feels proud of Araragi for doing what he does. If he didn't live up to her expectations, then they'd be fine with it. But the question Ogi asks in Zoku, and her response to Araragi's answer to me, reads that they're incredibly proud and more happy to be wrong. She knew that Araragi needed to progress. Oh, I totally agree with that, and tested him accordingly. She cares for him, same as a lot of the cast, just in her own way, and wants to see him blossom. They know the kind of life and person Araragi wants to be, and the place he wants to be at, and she has her own, albeit flawed, way of getting him there. And their sad lack of self-worth at the end, and Araragi's response to it, makes me so emotional. She's my number 4. Beautiful! No, I totally agree with all that. That's what I thought upon first watching it, that it was a challenge that he needed to overcome and that she wanted him to. Have I considered he might be above Geto? I have! They are right next to each other. But he's not. Not quite. Teravin, thank you for the 34-month resub. Thank you for all your work, AJ. These top 100, 150 streams are always so good. Also, I'm here to recommend everyone Andor. Whoa! I literally just talked about it, Teravin. I literally just said I actually want to check it out. Like, I want to check it out very soon. Maybe tonight or tomorrow or something. It's back on its second season and it's hand down the best Star Wars live action. I've had it on my radar for the last few months, and I didn't realize that the second season was coming out soon. Some people, I tweeted about Revenge of the Sith yesterday, and some people were being annoying, and they're like, Andor's better. Andor clears it, and I said, shut up. But that did remind me that Andor was something I wanted to watch, and that the second season was coming out soon. And so, I want to check it out. Rose, you like Andor? Or you love Andor? Man, I'm really interested in it. I'm really interested. I'll keep you guys. I'll let you guys know. I'll put it on the Discord, and obviously on Twitter if I finish the first season. If I do. Ogi being this red light in Koyomi's head just speaks to me so deeply, and it's a major piece in why the end of Zoku just breaks me, despite Ogi not being in the part. The symbolism connected to Ogi to the scene so profoundly. So, right, the scene with Hitagi. Are you talking about the scene with Hitagi and Araragi at the intersection? Yes, okay. That's, despite, I love Hitagi and Araragi, but it's not one of my, like, absolute favorite dynamics. It's really good. It's not one of my absolute favorite ones. But that scene has a shot at being my favorite. Like, it's in the conversation for my favorite Monogatari scene. Have I ever been interested in the Clone Wars? Not really. Not really. Andor and Revenge of the Sith, best Star Wars content by far for me. For me right now, it's Revenge of the Sith and KOTOR 2, Knights of the Old Republic 2. If Andor can measure up, I'm eating. I got Hitagi Hanekawa over Hitagi Araragi based. I don't know if I agree, but I get it for sure. And the last of the three I've revealed, Suguru Geto. Suguru Geto, a drop of 9. Again, not much to speak of there. That it really isn't a drop. He used to be, I think, pretty clearly my third or fourth favorite in Jujutsu Kaisen. That I think he's dropped a little bit just because of me appreciating other characters more. Like Sukuna had a huge ascendance, Maki. But nonetheless, I think he's still in and around my top 5 or 6. And his material and the way it's adapted, because I think his material, his most defining material, is the best adaptation stuff probably in the anime. Arguably, but it's probably the Hidden Inventory is the best adapted arc to me. It's so unbelievably visceral and beautifully presented and nuanced. Like, it's very rich and efficient. And his ideological struggle and emotional struggle is one that gradually gets more and more to a tipping point. And it feels like at any given moment it could tip over, but there's a beauty in seeing him struggle to not allow it to, while at the same time being like at any moment it could happen. But at the same time, there are so many little things that could stop him from tipping over. Great take, Power Flare. And that's the tragedy of it. There are so many accumulating little things that cause things to go the way they do. And I think there's something so sad about that. It was so preventable in so many ways. But with the world that JJK is, it felt inevitable at the same time. And so his crack and the dynamic between him and Gojo, which might still be my favorite in the whole series, to die for. Unbelievable. So incredible. Geto and Ginjo as these two pictures of people who have been betrayed by the inherent structures of the worlds we've been accustomed to since the beginning of their stories is so wonderful. They really have, and the way they enact it and their last sort of impact on the story is kind of similar, right? I gotta say, Auto Apocalypse is one of my favorite villains of all time. People say that he's just a simp, but his relationship with the person he loves is more like a religious fervor akin to Jesus and Judas? Or Otto's love? I don't know who that is. I have no clue who that is, sorry. That sounds cool, though. That sounds cool. Maybe I'll experience him one day. Were they betrayed by the structure, or could they not accept it? I don't think those two are mutually exclusive. I think it's both. I think because they couldn't accept it and wanted something different that they found to be more humane or more fair, they were betrayed. The eating, yes, the consuming and taking in curses, the gradual accumulation of this darkness. Yeah, the degradation of the world. Exactly, Safwa. You can't help but feel for him as he becomes a victim of the system he can't escape. The one that Gojo then vows to destroy. And just go about it completely different ways. And his body acting on its own, Gojo sense, oh, it's so unreal, man. And both consumed by the main yeah, that's a great point, Sam. I love how all of it everything leading up to it was just minor inconsequential stuff in the moment, like his talking with Yuki. So it feels so mundane, right? Little did Yuki know what she was doing there. One day it all happened and caught everyone blindsided. Yeah, Yuki was just talking. Yuki was just yapping. But that was, you never know, right? You never know what the final straw is going to be with something like that. They both had so much faith and optimistic love towards that world, lived in total service of upholding that world, but seeing the reality of it stabbed them so much in the back. The shot in OP2 where Geto pours flavor on a curse ball moves me to no end in terms of the Geto Kenjaku dynamic. I haven't thought about that shot. I just thought it looked tasty. Wait, maybe that's the point. It feels consumable if you dress it up with all this stuff, but in the end, it's really that poisonous, that dark and disgusting. I forget exactly why it is in the specific lore behind it, maybe just leaving school or not using powers as much, but Geto has one of the strongest powers in JJK, but over time it gets weaker and weaker, his consumption leading to degradation and all that, it just hits so hard for me. There's something devastating about seeing, at the same time, something so gradual and slow, and so as a result, it feeling preventable, but at the same time so fast that suddenly we're at the point of no return. Just over time, it happens that way. Just where Gojo is just showing off his powers to his two friends, and Geto's just there, and he has these bags under his eyes, and you can tell something's wrong with him, and Gojo can tell. And right there, there could have been something there to prevent it, but it's such a tragedy. Oh, man. Yuki's only takeaway was, man, I forgot to ask him what his type was. Meanwhile, Geto considering... Yeah. I really like it, Lightning Hunter. Like I said, I love it. I think it's great. It just doesn't hit for me emotionally as much as even Hanekawa Araragi, which you mentioned there, hits a bit more for some reason. I don't know. It's a great relationship. It just isn't one of my absolute favorites. Not sure why Auto Apocalypse came up. I don't know who that is, but hey, this is a peak fiction antagonist stream. Gush about peak antagonists. Go for it. It's so well done that it's when Gojo fails that Geto's hopes in the Jujutsu system start to crumble. After that, Gojo became someone else, and so did the Jujutsu system. They became so heavy and disconnected from him, his suffering and his difficulties. The clapping scene, the anime does something unbelievable with the clapping scene, the applause for them to do this deplorable thing. To do this, yeah, that they're applauded for, as they both look at each other in horror. And Gojo just goes, should we kill them? Like, and the pressure that puts on Geto to be the moral center at that moment. These two struggling, they're kids, man. They were teenagers. Sorry, Trish. We'll get there one day. One day. I wonder if Metaphor has a really peak antagonist. I would hope so. And then the audience, then in the next episode, how Geto's showering and the sound of the shower fades into the applause. Amazing sound design. I see, Trish, I see. I think Mel might like it. Okay. I'm going to do a bet between 68 and 69, I think. So I'll do one or two more, and then I'm going to, I think, go to the bathroom, and then we'll continue. I assumed the main antagonist Metaphor and Kiss. I don't think I know about it at all, which is exciting. My favorite part of Metaphor? I can't wait. I can't wait. I know two things about Metaphor. Well, I guess three. One is, it's focused on narratives and stories, and it's super for me in that way, apparently. Two, lots of people criticize the pacing and how it can be a bunch of nothing at times. I don't know if I'll agree. We'll see. Three, now the antagonist. Is there a peak fiction story for you that neither has a top 100 protag or antag for me? I'm not sure. I'm not actually sure. I haven't tried to figure that out. Off the top of my head, I don't think so, but there might be. Yes, notably without Gojo. God. And that's the thing. People like to put blame for that sort of thing, but I also think it's really important to see Gojo's side of it as well. They really are kids, man. They were kids. With so much of the world's on their shoulders and so much misery and darkness. Oh, Animal Crossing. Yeah. Paper Mario. Wait, Bowser might be here. Bowser, I think, is here. One sec. Paper Mario. Yeah, he's here. Truly, I wish JJK concluded, but with... Truly things I wish JJK concluded with before the series ended. Yeah, there was that one thing with Kenjaku and Geto and Gojo, and that could have been really cool. I'd give Gege my pancreas if it meant he could have expanded JJK's scope during its runtime. I would have been happy. How many chapters was it? 270 something? I would have been happy with another 50. Maybe not 100, because I think JJK... Part of its beauty is that it is very... At times, it is baked into its design that it sometimes goes too fast for its own good. There's a beautiful thematic poetry there that I wouldn't want to be taken away. But man, oh man, what I wouldn't do for another, even like 10. Curse Society in general? I'm pretty satisfied with Curse Society, I think, but I'm not thinking of specifics. Just another volume? Yeah. But, you know, there's something charming about it being so flawed. Right? There's something charming. Hello, Andres. I'll scroll down. No, I can't show. I can show you this much, but we're gonna do 73 now. If you can take a quick look, I'll scroll down for like 5 seconds. This is a Naruto spoiler. Hannah, don't look at this name. Okay. Here's a quick glance. Boom. Now we continue. You can check the VOD if you want to see more, Andres. Did I read the epilogue chapters? I don't think I did. Also, hello, Andres. I hope you're doing well. What do I think of Megumi's conclusion? Not a big fan. Yeah, I don't think I've read it either. I think I know stuff that happened, but I don't think I read it. Sorry, one sec, I'm just fixing something here. Oh, here we go. There we go. Okay, number 73. The Joker from the Dark Knight. And I think this is actually minus 23, not minus 24. I really don't think I have a lot to say about this one. It's a fairly one of the most legendary film performances from an actor in anything. One of the most interesting and interpretive movie villains ever, maybe the most, maybe. Captures your imagination, incredible dynamic. I don't know what else to say about him. I think I might need to rewatch The Dark Knight, but I don't think that would change his position, because there's a bit of a drop for him. I think I just don't think about him as much as I used to. Yeah, that's about it. He's still phenomenal. He's still incredible and deserves all the accolades he gets, and is still my favorite depiction of an antagonist in comic book media that I've seen. Absolute true chaos. You know, this is the antithesis, this is the dark side of the chaos we get from One Piece. Say one nice thing about Emma Emmerich. I made a whole animatic about her, so you better answer well. Oh my goodness. Say one nice thing about Emma Emmerich. Don't know if you consider answering well, but her relationship with Otacon is not quite up there with Big Boss and the Boss, but it has a similar vibe to it in terms of the very human ugliness and layers and love and flaws, and just how incredibly interpretive and confusing it is, and how it's presented through, yes, the parrot, and how there's such a lack of communication between them. It's a very flawed, twisted, sad relationship that I find to be kind of a bit of a blueprint for how the style of writing that would occur later on with the Boss and Big Boss. Do I have any other Joker portrayals I love? I like him in the Arkham games, but I don't love it. It's good. Who's my favorite antagonist from Raimi's Spider-Man? Dr. Ock. Dr. Ock? I don't think I've seen Brokeback Mountain. Rate their aura metaphor? 9 out of 10. People try to shy away from talking about them? Really? I guess, it is uncomfortable. It is definitely uncomfortable. So it can be triggering, or it can be hard to understand how to approach it, I guess. But yeah, I'd never shy away from talking about it. It's one of the best relationships in Metal Gear Solid 2, to me. Oh, Defoe Green Goblin. Yeah. No. Defoe Green Goblin. No, you're right. I love Willem Dafoe too much. I'm going to be reading Steel Ball Run. I'm already on Brokeback Mountain. Ayo, nice. Alfred Molina kills it. He absolutely does. I saw a lot of people hoping their relationship wasn't in the game at all. Damn, that's too bad. Me too. Hello, when do you start Steel Ball Run? A couple weeks? Follow the Discord. Follow the Discord, follow me on Twitter. You'll see alerts come out when we read it. A couple weeks, 2 to 3 weeks. Cool, Kev. Yeah, I've heard a lot about Brokeback Mountain. I've never seen it. Okay, so I'm gonna get to 70, and then I'm going to... Oh, man. Ooh, we can do 2 bets in a row. And one of them's quite shocking, I think. We'll do 66, 67, and 68, 69. But before we get there, a character who I have recently re-experienced, again with Hannah, there's a common theme with some of these, who is one of my favorite sports anime characters, full stop. Kong Wenga, Ping Pong the Animation. just the amount of, I guess, emotion to moment ratio with him. There is so much emotional weight packed into so many little details. Like I mentioned earlier, him just looking at a plane flying away, you seeing the plane in his sunglasses, him just cooking with his mom, him singing with his new friends and new family, him just sitting with his coach, which is one of the best relationships in ping pong to me. There is such a yearning everywhere in Kong's character. My favorite ping pong boy, I think he's really close to my favorite. He might be my favorite. There's such a yearning everywhere in him. There's such a beautiful emotional honesty everywhere. And when the series opens up right out the gates with him facing off against everyone, seeing the standard of Japanese ping pong and going, is this hell? My God, man. That is how you open up a series. Is this hell? While hinting at the emotions associated with him. Incredible stuff. That is how you establish a series, a character, dynamics everywhere. He's tons of fun, but he's also so deeply emotional. Him connecting with his teammates for the first time completely destroys me. It's probably it's in the conversation for the most emotional moment. The Christmas montage is maybe the most emotional thing. It's either that or the finale with Smile and Peiko, or Peiko teaching Dragon to fly. Getting the package from... Yeah, oh God, it's difficult to properly encapsulate that amount of yearning and love, and they do it so authentically and so beautifully. I think moving across the world and being homesick makes Wenge hit unbelievably well. I don't need to actually care about the ping pong stuff despite loving it, but how he interacts with the world around him and his heart full of longing and loneliness is so unbelievably relatable to me, and the best summary of my own feelings I've seen. I'm so glad that when we watched, you were able to see that amount of kinship, because I was wondering. It's a very... There are things about it that I relate to, but the scope and extent of it and intensity of it is something that I think you have to be in a very specific place in your life to understand. Hannah's someone who can understand that, like exactly what he goes through. And I think, I obviously am not speaking from experience, but I think from my viewpoint, it seems like such a beautiful, heartfelt way to portray his situation, full of love and understanding and honesty. It's so good. Hello, Callus. He's waiting for me, yeah. Wenga made me tear up thinking about him because as an Asian, he encapsulates how it feels to be adapting to a new environment and under pressure. The little stuff like his mom welcoming his friends, reminding him of mine, is so beautiful. That is, God, it's so much more than a story, that moment to me. He's maybe the most immediately telling of Matsumoto's ability to immediately tell super strong stories. Yeah, there doesn't need to be much establishment, right? There really doesn't. You get it right off the bat. You get what he's about. You get the full picture. His language and voice actor performance, incredible. And him and his coach, like, because Wenga is all over the place in terms of how he expresses himself. He gets very angry and rageful. He can be taunting and boastful. But he's very soft with his coach. He's full of yearning and longing. Yeah, and with his mom, his singing, he's so special. He's so special. Oh, man. How is he not higher? Well, there's lots of amazing, amazing characters, including one directly above him, who is another new entry. The sheer responsibility he has to take in his position at the start, but being able to open up to his new environment is so emotional to me. He displays so much courage to me. He is so admirable, and I don't think I've talked about this actually. Sorry, I gave you guys an anticlimax. There is a new character next. I won't reveal it just yet, but there's something I don't think I've talked about. Maybe I have. I don't know. But I am prone to homesickness. Pretty extreme homesickness. That's gotten better as I've tried to process it, but I've always had a problem with being away from home and not sleeping in my own bed. If I move to a new place, like if I move to a student house, and I'm living there for 8 months, I can say to myself, okay, that's my new home. This is home. Okay, this is my bed. But I have problems when I'm away from it. And so, my recent trip to Montreal was an interesting challenge for that. It was challenging at times. And that's just me going to a different part of Canada for a week, you know? I can't even imagine how I'd feel about something more extreme than that. But the very some of the things I feel are encapsulated through how I think Kong is presented, just I'm at a way lesser extent. So he's very relatable to me in certain moments, even though people like Hannah or Ray or Kyloff, you guys talk about much more, the scale of what you experience is much more similar. I still feel a kinship there, you know? I'm sorry, Ray. I'm sorry. It's so hard. It's really hard. Sorry, number 71, a new entry. Is there anyone who knows about the series entitled Trails? The Legend of Heroes, the Trails series? I don't know if you guys have heard of this one. I don't know if I've talked about it before, or if they've been represented in this top list before. If you have not played up until Cold Steel 4, maybe bits of Reverie, but Reverie's probably fine. You might not want to listen to this. I don't intend to spoil. But I might accidentally say something. And I'm going to talk generally. Unknown even. Tales of Vesperia, similar. I love how the stream title says fictional for the antagonist. Will we ever get a real-life top antagonist? There are plenty, man. I'll just go through my block list on Twitter. Next up is one of my favorite video game antagonists ever. Gileath Osborne Trails series. This guy is unbelievable. From the moment he's established, he has this insane, unreal aura and presence and power and authority that exudes everywhere, and the way that people react to him, and the way that the setting clamors and doesn't know what he is doing and reacts to him. His voice, Joji Nakata, by the way, and the way he keeps you guessing about what his goals are as he skulks in the back, whether he's skulking in the background, whether he's in the forefront, his presence is always, always, always felt. And that alone makes him a peak antagonist who schemes and is intelligent and full of power and exudes aura and presence. That alone would put him on this list, at least an honorable mention. But the true emotional core of his character, his dynamic with Reen, the masks he wears to hide his true motives and carry forth his plans, the way in which he will stop at nothing to achieve his goals, which are very heartfelt and soulful and beneficial, but will do whatever it takes to get there, to climb his way to the top on a pile of corpses. And then his ultimate conclusion and dynamic with Reen and his lasting resonance. And I won't say much about this because I know Downpour's playing it, but Reverie gave me an exclamation point for the character as well that I was not expecting, but totally solidified him as a top 3 character for me, at that point at least, and made it so that, in my opinion, the best 3 characters in the series, or my favorite 3 characters of the series, Kevin, Randy, and Osborne, all 3 of them are very similar in that they all have a mask that they use to sort of filter the true way they feel about the world and their true hang-ups and difficulties and psychology, but it all comes through in very different ways. He's a fantastic long-term antagonist, and when it all comes together, the payoff is to die for. It's everything you want it to be and more. He's absolutely one of the best antagonists in video games, and the very tippy-top characters in the Trail series. He alone, to me, is a draw to play the series. He's one of the... Welcome in, Apom. He's one of the characters that starts off exuding so much aura, and not only did he not lose any true, but he becomes the most emotional character that I would have ever imagined. He's insane. He's insane. An absolute achievement. Absolute achievement. And then I will get to number 70, which... I'll get to number 70. Trail spoilers done. And then we'll take a break, and then we'll follow up with 2 bets in a row. But number 70 to me is Erika Furudo Umineko no Naku Koro ni. When I think of so there are characters that in stories that are kind of antitheses, but at the same time of being they're antitheses, but the human element doesn't come across as much to me because they're so overtaken by other things that they feel more like an antithesis than a character. And characters like that sometimes have a bit of a ceiling to me. Oh my gosh, Downpour. They sometimes have a bit of a ceiling to me. There are some examples of that in the honorable mentions of this list to me. Xenoblade character, FMAB character, there's a Gintama character as well. And they're really well done and they're everything they need to be, but because of them being that and not really impacting me much more than that, they have a bit of a ceiling. Erika is a premier antithesis, but there is so much extra to her that humanizes her and makes her so much fun and so fun to root against and despise, while at the same time having this one sequence of dialogue that makes everything click with her. The reason why, the way she completely reverses the love cannot be seen theme, that you see things that aren't there because of love, that line of dialogue, that whole sequence, that one little scene connects everything with her. And then it makes all the monstrous, poisonous, vitriolic, rat-like bullshit that she does to oppose literal children and Battler and be the most disgusting person imaginable. It makes it a little bit emotional, and it makes it really rich, and it all comes together full circle. It's incredible. It's incredible. Erika's such a beautifully put together antagonist with incredible voice work too. I listened to a bunch of her voice actor lines, and whenever I get back to Umineko, she'll be one of the 3 I never skip lines for. Good! Amazing choice. If you're gonna choose 3 characters, she has to be one of them. Do we see Erika and Delanor? I see it. I don't know if I partake, but I definitely see it. I see it. I love her dynamic with Delanor. I love it. I love how Delanor is her confidant in that moment. Umineko Yuri is insane. My god. I have, in the past few years, become more... I've gotten more exposure and I've gained more knowledge about shipping and what shipping entails. And let me just say that there is some loaded shit in Umineko. There is some loaded Yuri in Umineko. This one we just talked about is absolutely there. Burncastel Lambda, Ava Natsuhi. Ava Natsuhi is a huge one. How do I feel about Erika's role in episode 8? I love it. I think it's great. I think it's fantastic. I think it's exactly what it needed to be. It shifts things a little bit, but it's totally what it needs to be while broadening the scope and showing the sort of quote-unquote real final antagonist in a really great way that doesn't cause her to lose any impact. What they don't tell you about the big 3 is that getting into them will make you a shipper. True. True. Oh yeah, she's so good. I love Erica. Um, her voice and personality being such a foil to Burn is peak. Face value, Burn is cold and calm, but hiding vitriolic hatred and loneliness, which she can relate to, which Erica can relate to. Erica's at face value vitriolic and loud, but withholding quiet pain. And Delanor is in the middle, able to go back and forth between cold and calm and total kill psycho with the click of a finger. Interesting. I haven't thought of that tandem or that trio in that way, but I totally get what you mean. Her being like an Ushijima Washijo for Burn. Oh, she kind of is, isn't she? Yes, Lightning Hunter. I have. Okay, so I'm gonna take a break here. It's been almost 2.5 hours. Take a little break. I forgot to take a break yesterday. And I don't know exactly where we'll end today. We've been going through these slower than before, which I'm totally fine with because we have time. We don't have to rush through it. But we'll be coming back with 2 bets in a row. 68-69 and 66-67. Okay, perfect. Be right back, guys. I'll keep the Baldur's Gate music going. Good night, Nora. Thank you for hanging out. Also, amazing, Hannah. Hello, hello. We are back. Folks, I might have to not go all in to maximize my gambling. Strategic gambling? Always encourage strategy in life. For sure. For sure. By the way, there was like a Bethesda Direct or something, right? Did they announce an Oblivion remake? I was curious about that. In case anyone knows. They did? It's out today?! What the fuck?! Is it on Steam? Oh my god! Stream is not over. Are you kidding? Oblivion has no peak antagonists, but it's a great game. What in God's name? Okay, well, sorry. Before we do the bet, let me just buy this. Anyway, let's stream Oblivion. No, I'm kidding. Sheogorath is pretty Kino, true. Bethesda would be a peak antagonist. You're right. You're right. The old one was 4.6 gigabytes. 30 times as big. My goodness. They really shadow dropped it. Oh my gosh. That I'm gonna be playing that. What did I say about Andor? Oh shit. No. Top, by the way, sorry, Moonless Autumn, I missed your redeem from 15 minutes ago. Top 5 favorite things to do in Montreal. Eat. Montreal has cafes and stuff everywhere. Like, look for little shops. I guess one of them would be for, like, look for little shops. 2 would be to, like, just find stuff to eat. Look at architecture and basilicas and all that sort of thing. There, and then just the tourist spots. Like, I went to an Insectium, I went to a biodome where you saw all these animals. And honestly, just explore, just walk the streets, because every 5 minutes it's like you're seeing a new culture, a new, like, you're European one moment, you're North American the next. Like, it's so cool. How's my French? Bad. Not yet, chill. Not yet. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. Which part of the city did I stay in? Downtown? Kind of close to Old Montreal. You're welcome, Raph. Shadow dropping Oblivion remake, like an Oblivion remake, is crazy. Even if I have bad French, I have a great French accent. Merci. Oh my gosh. I really hope the new Oblivion doesn't just look like Skyrim. Oh, it's a remaster. If it's just a remaster, I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't have just bought it. I don't know what it is. I thought it was a remake. I feel so bad for games coming out this week. There's that Claire Obscure Expedition 33 one, which looks really good. Have I been to Banff, Calgary? I have not. Do you think I'm gonna get a? Do I think I'm gonna get a Switch 2? Probably eventually. Probably eventually gonna get a Switch 2, but not now, because I see no reason to spend the money. Banff, I've heard it's gorgeous. Did I see the trailer for 100 Meters? An anime movie coming out this year, and it's... Oh, yep. I didn't see the trailer, but I've heard about it. Like, people have talked to me about it. I'm definitely interested. Anyways, sorry to distract from the bets. The true reason why you're all here. I gotta save some money, Andres. But the next time, it's definitely something that's on the radar. Here we go. Illumi Zoldyck from Hunter x Hunter, or Ryuji Goda from the Yakuza series. Next year, yeah, next year potentially. Okay. There's been a little, I guess, a little bit of a drop-off for Ryuji, just as I rejigged the sort of things. I just kind of rejigged the order, and Ryuji ended up lower than before. No big deal or anything. But, yeah. Which character is higher on the list, Ryuji or Illumi? Prediction starts... Well, no, I'm not, Andres. I'm not. It's just the circumstances mean that travel happens. So, Ryuji is just kind of pure shonen greatness. I think I really like Kiwami 2. It's not one of my more favorite games in the series, but a lot of the reasons I hold it in high esteem are centered around Ryuji. He is an incredible character with a great dynamic with Kiryu, and starts sort of introducing the idea of transitionary periods for Yakuza and the beauty of the old guard and traditions and that sort of thing. Great voice acting, great dynamic with Sayama, who I think his dynamic with Sayama is really underappreciated. I think it's really honestly beautiful and exactly what it needs to be personally. The bet has not started, no. AJ, which character do you prefer between Illumi and Ryuji? Real quick before I bet. Let me get back to you. So yeah, Andres, it's just opportunities that come up about traveling, I think. And then Illumi is, I've always said that to me, he's the most rich character subtextually outside of Chrollo. There is so much there with his relationship with Killua and how he can go back and extrapolate about what his relationship with his family must be, his internal pressures, the way he interacts with Killua and the way he loves him and how toxic it is, and then you can trace that back to his mother and how the dynamic and pressures must be for him to be the chosen one, or the one that Killua is, the envy and bitterness that must be there. Illumi is fantastic, but yeah, he kind of is. Oh yeah, the song has been going on for 50 minutes. Let me change it. He kind of is a bit of... if Hunter x Hunter goes as long as we would love it to, which it probably won't, but if it does, like Andres says, I do think he's kind of at the beginning. Or like midpoint. I'd say midpoint. I know, me too, Fiji. Him having black hair is everything. Anyways, the bet starts now. You should be able to bet. That's fair. I mean, different things hit for different people. For me, Illumi... for me, Illumi is inherently incredibly emotional. And there's so much ugliness and toxicity and sympathy with everything you can think about him with, in a way that hooks me and draws me in on a level more than I think it would for most people. So that's fair. I voted Ryuji because he was the underdog and now he's sweeping? Damn. Voting for the only one I know? Good strategy, sometimes. I hope it pans out. Ryuji, 65% so far? That's not... it's not... Oh, there we go. It's evened out. It's evened out. We're not sweeping anymore. Okay. 54% say Ryuji. 46% say Illumi. More people did vote Illumi. That's true. Now, let me go back where it won't change anything, but let's go back and see where each of them were. Ilumi last year was 56. And Ryuji was 47. This year, don't worry, Jonah, we're about to do another bet immediately. And I think it could surprise people. The answer is... I was wondering, Sarah... Because... Killua Kiryu? Oh, God. Because you give your thoughts on which ones you pick for some of these, bets, and, both of these characters hit close to your heart. Okay, the answer is... Ryuji Goda. By a hair. Oh, shit. By a hair, Ryuji. The Aura won. The Aura won today. Congratulations to 54% of you. You're done, Andres? But we have a really fun one that you might like after this one. Today's not my day. This one's fun, though. So close to 1.4. Oh, dear. Ooh. Maybe you'll get it now? Next bet will redeem me? Okay, next bet. We're not wasting any time with this one. This is gonna... Okay, anyway, let me just write it out. Sephiroth, Final Fantasy VII franchise, who has cooked for me over the past year, or... No, I can't even pretend to be baiting with that. But this might surprise some people. Sephiroth and Aizen are similar. They are indeed. This is a huge drop. I ultimately kind of... Sometimes when I'm going through my list, and when I'm going through... I did rewatch Breaking Bad and most of Better Call Saul recently. Sometimes I... Methverse, yes. Methverse. It's canon. It must be really funny, Hannah. And then I say Tidus is in the 70s, and you thought he was in the 30s. Is Chuck on this list? He has not been listed. He has not been listed. We'll see. Is Methverse official? For me, it is. Tidus still shocks me. Aizen won't appear today, you think? So the explanation for this is sometimes I go through my list and I just go like, okay, I think I need to drop this character because I do like this character more than him. Or I do like this character more than her. Okay, I like it more than him, I like it more than him. And then suddenly, it's just a landslide and you just kind of go like, holy shit. Yeah, my love for this character has just significantly gone down. Is Lalo higher than Gus? Lalo was an honorable mention. So, that happened with Gus. I still think he's an amazing, phenomenal peak character. He's really, really good and one of the best characters in Breaking Bad. One of my favorite television villains and antagonists with a really awesome performance from Giancarlo Esposito. A really layered and really cool psychology. Great dynamic with Walt. And his tragic flaw and his humility... his pride... causing his downfall is perfect in the way it interacts with Walt. And he's just moment to moment really engaging. However, at the end of the day, I found that I just didn't love him as much as I used to. Better Call Saul does improve upon him, and Oh, no. Better Call Saul does improve upon and enrich him, for sure, and I really appreciate that about it. Especially, I think in elements of Season 5 and 6, too. And Hannah, when we were watching Breaking Bad, Hannah thought that he was gone too soon. I never felt that, but I definitely understand it. Gus's backstory in Breaking Bad is a bit shoehorned. Oh, I totally disagree. I think it comes up really naturally. And I think Better Call Saul just further enriches it. I remember you saying before Rebirth came out that Sephiroth was great, but you didn't really tap into a more emotional side to him. Let me know if that still holds up post-Rebirth. Honestly, Sephiroth, I've now kind of tapped into the emotions of it. Some of it is built upon implication. I'll talk about Sephiroth in a second. I think for me, it was the most interesting thing in the show, and what followed wasn't close, so it would have always felt too soon. That makes sense. Yeah. Gus is such a powerful presence and so central. For me, Season 5 of Breaking Bad feels like a karmic tsunami just assaulting Walt after a false dawn, and I think it's beautifully structured, but it's definitely not something that's for everyone. Do I consider Hank an antagonist? I do not. Is Sephiroth bleach-coated? Yes, he is. Is Lydia from Breaking Bad here? No. She's good, but wouldn't be on the list. I think Gus needed to go, but they didn't figure out how to follow it up so well. Yeah, like, I really love Season 5, and I'm down. I don't have a problem with the meandering start to it. I think it's really good, generally. I think it's really good, but admittedly, a lot of that is me thinking in very abstract terms about it. So sorry. Sorry, Struggler. Let me start the bet. Which character's higher? Sephiroth. I'll let you go eat. Sephiroth or Gus? I'll give you 2 minutes to vote. There you go. And so Sephiroth, I have tapped into the emotionality. Some of that is built upon implication, and certain things I think about with the Sephiroth-Aerith dynamic, which honestly could be world-changing. And also, little things I've discovered with Sephiroth's potential dreams and motives, and how the fractured, the broken person that he is comes together. In a lot of ways I've talked about in my Rebirth video, writing about him in the Rebirth video definitely helped me connect with him a lot more. And so, I mean, look at him last year. He was number 66. He's either -1 or the same, which is a rise in this list, in this economy. And yeah, so I connect with him a lot more than I used to. And I think it's down to part 3 to follow through with all of that, to make him take that leap to like Triple S, to a true, strong, top-tier favorite of mine. But as of right now, I'm really happy with him. I really am locked into his story and where he's going. And out of all the potential ways his story could go, I think I'm happy with so many of them, and I'm really locked into so many of them. But it needs to be done well, and I kind of really want there to be some emotional stuff with Aerith somehow. Anyways, oh, you guys, I was about to reveal it. You guys are still betting. 73% say Sephiroth. Because where was Gus last year? 28. He was 28. Sephiroth was 66. Sephiroth and Aerith could be my favorite dynamic so easily. Maybe there already are, but it could be Cloud Aerith. Yeah, it's already really, really amazing. It's already really great with the tug of war for Cloud and how they both kind of try to delude him and show him and manipulate him, one with love, one with selfish gain, but trying to potentially be a hero like Cloud. And Sephiroth is on the cusp of the greatness I've been wanting for him for ages. They just need to follow through. Okay. So, 72% say Sephiroth, 28% say Guts. Gus. The answer is Sephiroth. And Fiji, are you still here? I don't know if Fiji's still here. Congratulations, the majority. You are? Okay, so I said that Sephiroth was built like a Bleach character, specifically in Remake and Rebirth. Oh, sorry, Fiji. Oh no, 20k. Sephiroth is such a Kubo character to me, with all the different ways you can interpret him and get all this subtext from the little details and the visuals and little lines that you go back to that then pay off later. He's super Kubo to me. So yeah, Gus with a 39 drop. And the answer is Sephiroth, who has stayed the same. Great agenda pushing? Well, you already really liked what you played of Remake, right? There is Kubology in Remake. Sephiroth is born from Yuha and Aizen having an affair. Barely any Sephiroth, okay. I'd like to think it's partly been my DMs that helps you cook with Sephiroth so much. Oh yeah, definitely. Talking with as I wrote the Rebirth script, talking with people like Claire, sorry, not Fiji. I don't talk to Fiji about Rebirth yet. Recon, podcasts I've been on as well, or podcasts I've listened to. Sorry, I wasn't on any podcasts outside of Recon's. Discussing in general really helped see lots of avenues for and just connect with him more. And so yeah, definitely Claire. 1.4 mil, congrats. A confluence of worlds and emotions, lost chief among them. It engulfs fleeting moments of joy, transforming them into rage, sadness, hatred. The self-awareness to know that infinity is not natural, and yet want to carve a place for yourself within it, as a god, as a lonely god, above everything, as a monument of identity that I existed, but also wanting to represent heroism, and wanting to feel a place to belong, and wanting to express your pain in that way. I don't know, Sephiroth is he's so ripe, man. He's so ripe. There's a JoJo character that would cook so hard for you? Part 7 stocks? Mayhaps Part 7? Sorry, I forgot to retweet when I got back from the BRB. There we go. Not Part 7? Oh, Part 8? Interesting. Next on the list... I'm thinking about going all in on the Aizen bet. You don't even know who he's against! You don't even know if he's getting a bet! He might not get a bet. Oh shit, I spoiled that he's on the list. For real, Claire. Number 65. Ugram Hoshvolf. Incredibly AJ Core character. From the moment he showed up, you guys knew he was for me, and you were right. You were all right. I was just waiting. I was waiting with bated breath for him to properly cook, and my god did he cook. The dynamic with Baz it's one of my favorite fights in the entire thing. How it properly fleshes out his experiences, how he grew up, the light in his eyes that shows up with Baz. Do I consider Baz an antagonist? I do not. I do not consider Baz an antagonist. So no. But if I did, he'd be somewhere here. He'd be on the list somewhere. Sorry, so the way that Kubo plays around with the light in his eyes when it comes about, how purpose was thrust onto Yugrim before feeling like he had none, how he slowly comes to realize through Uryu what he truly valued and cast off in his life, and how the regrets come to the fore. It's so well done, and he's such a beautiful man, that guy. Has there ever been a man as beautiful as Yugrim? There are not many. Not many. And then the sort of devotion, the kind of Tosin-esque, and kind of Poof-esque. And to me, his end is super Poof. He is incredibly, has an incredibly pitiable end in the same way that Poof did, tied to this devotion that ultimately ended up being futile in so many ways. It's incredibly thought-provoking, and what I really wanted for him was for the emotions to really properly hit. They hit with Baz, and then the dynamic with Uryu really brought them home, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what the anime does with them. Griffith, yeah. As I recall, Yugrim was in my top 10 Bleach characters, maybe 11. That's roughly exactly around where he is for me. I think he's 12? Around there. He's so good. He is just him. Rukia just behind Mother, right? You know, the other day I had a heart attack when I think Fiji asked, or someone asked, is Unohana an antagonist? And I went, God, is she? Oh, dear Lord. And then I went, you know what? No, she isn't. But for a second, I'm like, oh, God, she is high. If she is, she's high. Yeah, you did ask, yeah. Thank you, Rabok, for the 12 months with Prime. Welcome to the Year Club. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Welcome in. Thank you so much for a year of support. When it's explored well, one-sided devotion and dependency cooks for me to a stupid degree. Jug and Yuha make me so sad. Me too, man. Me too. Oh, and thank you, Moonless. Thank you for the hype train, guys. Thank you, Moonless, for the 12-month resub. Thank you very, very much. Thank you as well for the year. Welcome to the Year Club, both of you. Is there a reason you don't consider Baz an antagonist? Because his when you think of Baz, what do you guys think of his role being? For me, Baz's role is his dynamic with the Yugrim, and Yugrim is definitively an antagonist. And to me, it's his relationship and opposition to Yugrim. It isn't his role as a Quincy, and him being part of Yuha's forces. I don't think of him like that. I think of how he opposed Yugrim and had a relationship with him. And with that being the defining traits of his character, he just isn't an antagonist for me. So yeah, I get why he would be for some, but he isn't for me for that reason. He killed Kita, though. He really did, didn't he? And then Kita perfectly positioned himself in front of the moon so that his hole could show the moon, this fucking guy. I think of those things as pretty interconnected. Personally, me too. Me too. He puts literal holes in some side protags. I think I'd say he's not super prevalent to be a major antagonist. So are you guys trying to convince me that he is an antagonist, or are you just saying why he is for you? Is there a link for a community list with the pro tag somewhere? The community list is... It should be in the Discord. I think I can find it. For you. Okay. That's totally fine. Yeah. I thought you were trying to, like... I don't know if people were trying to convince me that he should be an antagonist. There wasn't even a question. Baz wasn't even one of those characters where I'm like, he's on the borderline. He could be an antagonist. He might not be. They're not even a question in my mind that he's not an antagonist for me. I think of Baz. I think of him opposing Ugram, and yeah, he puts some holes in some side characters. Am I gonna lose sleep over Kita having a hole through his chest? No, it's fine. Kita's fine. He aura farmed after. It's fine. Is Ichibei on the line? Ichibei's on the line, but he didn't make it. No, I love Ugram, Ray. I fell in love with Ugram. He fucked up Toshido? Toshido's fine too. They're all fine. Baz is the other half of the Ugram-Baz dynamic. That is Baz to me, and that is not antagonism. It's all vibes. It's all vibes. I noticed Stark was over Gremmy in your Bleach rankings. Did things change in your mind? This is the most up-to-date. This is the most up-to-date. So that's a little outdated. I thought about Gremmy more. The fact that his most important character stuff is opposing one of the actual antagonists doesn't really make him one in my eyes. Yeah, me too. Me too. But I read a bunch of Can't Fear Your Own World yesterday. Really good. OP. Okay, next on the list, a bit of a rise for a mainstay character, Gontaro Dim from The Witcher 3 Hearts of Stone. There's something so wonderful and engaging and intoxicating about this character to me, and the mysteries and intrigue and the sort of godhood that surrounds him, and how all the different ways you can interpret who he is, this supernatural force, while being so enigmatic and so full of aura and presence and playing around with Geralt. He's kind of Ichibei-like, actually, Gontaro Dim. He's very Ichibei-like, but more antagonistic to me than Ichibei. For a couple of reasons. He's one of my favorite video game characters ever. He's incredibly presented. He makes Hearts of Stone as special as it is to me. Olgierd and him have formed this tandem that is just so unbelievably beautiful. Gontaro Dim having a lot of meta-narrative elements? He might. I don't particularly think of Witcher in general, or The Witcher 3, analytically a lot. Tokinata? I hope so, Fiji. I don't think of Witcher very analytically, outside of, like, looking... No, I really don't think of Witcher very analytically. So I'm pretty sure there could be a bunch of stuff you could cook with him meta-narratively. And it's not like I don't think of that at all, but I think it's untapped for me at this moment. Thank you, Dave. When ranking top antagonists, I tend to think of not just how good the character is, but also how good they are at being antagonizing. Baz is a great character, but in the pantheon of Bleach antags, he doesn't stand out in that role. I just rank how good they are. Like, how I rank where they are in my hierarchy, which takes basically everything into account. But I think inherently, if I don't think they're big antagonizers, they're just not going to be on the list. Is there an antag poll yet? There will be an antag ranking soon, Elijah. It'll be put on the Discord once it's ready, in time for next week. Is it like Xenoblade? Kind of. It is very experiential. It is very experiential, but it's kind of like Xenoblade. Yeah, he's a great examination of fables and folklore and all that sort of thing. A very crossroads demon, you know? Faustian. He reflects at you exactly what you tell him you wish for and then makes it ugly and horrific, seemingly trying to prove that existence itself is inherently foul and evil. But Geralt's able to look into the mirror and pull him out and make him die in his own self-hatred. You think he dies? I've always believed that that was not the end of him, personally. But that's really interesting. I always thought there was something beyond what we saw in the series. I just always thought that. Tywin looking mad low? Not at all. Tywin's high. Everyone on this list is high. It's number 63. Another fantastic video game character. Welcome in, gaming. I'm glad you can thank you, Sarah. I'm glad you can join. Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait, Andres. Andrew Ryan. A total... welcome in, Hugs. Congratulations. A total masterclass in characterization through setting. You walk through Rapture, you look at its Art Deco halls, and you look outside and you see the theater, and you see the medical pavilion, and you see Arcadia, and you see the memories everywhere and the tapes. Everything is a monument to who he is, what his dreams were, where he fell, all of his ego, all of his ideals and philosophy. Everything puts together the picture of who he is, and it's so integrative and rich and beautiful. And I think he's fantastic. I think he's absolutely amazing. He's iconic to me. One day, it's amazing, Ray. It's amazing. You too, Gio. Bioshock, I feel like a lot of you guys would like Bioshock. One of the best settings in any story ever. Let alone video games. Let me know if Netedo would agree with Andrew Ryan. I think he'd find him to be a bit missing the forest for the trees, but he'd agree on concepts. Isn't Bioshock like low-key horror? Yes. Ugram? The goat. No, said the man in the Vatican. Yeah, Rapture is... Yeah, it's not low-key. I would agree. Bioshock is actually one of the most scary games I've ever played. What's scarier than Bioshock for sure to me? A certain section in Cyberpunk... So, there are only two things I think that are definitely scarier than Bioshock to me. PT, and a certain section in Cyberpunk. That's it. Bioshock is really scary. Thank you, Elijah, for the 100 bits. Resident Evil 1, Bioshock scarier to me. Resident Evil 2, Bioshock scarier to me. I have not forgotten Mr. X, but that is a different horror. Mr. X is like pulse pounding. I'm terrified, but there's something chasing me through the halls that it's more adrenaline fear. Bioshock is genuine horror. You know what I mean? Bioshock is you see the shadow of well, that's in Resident Evil 2. I don't know really how to explain it. Bioshock is horror. Resident Evil 2 is terror to me. You know what it's hard to describe. Yeah, splicers terrify me. In Bioshock, you are walking... Picture this, okay? I need to get rid of this music. Picture this. Elijah, sorry, I'm going to read your alert in a second. Picture this, okay? You are in an underground city. The only light that filters in is just the faintest sort of tiniest hint of a whisper of a glimmer from fathoms above you that just about makes its way down to just show you and outline where you're walking in the hallway ahead of you, okay? It's pitch dark otherwise. You hear nothing. You hear absolutely nothing except the sort of ambient ocean sounds in the background, maybe a whale cry in the distance. And then you're walking along, and then you hear someone singing in the corner. Jesus loves me, this I know. So I just made it sound funny because I can't sing scarily, okay? But it's terrifying, okay? Someone singing to Jesus. Someone is. Okay, you know what? Let me show you. Oh, no, it would spoil it. You're walking down these hallways and you just hear these people who have been mutated beyond recognition because of desiring to be more powerful than they ever thought they could be. And now they are so mutated beyond recognition, beyond who they knew themselves to be, that they wear masks because they cannot stand to look themselves in the mirror. And all they do as they wander these halls is lament who they become, argue with their with ghosts of people they used to know, and talk to Jesus and God, and sing out nursery rhymes and church hymns. And to me, it is horrifying. But you can't really understand until you're playing it. And then there's also moments where these splicers then, like, you look at one, you enter a room, you see a statue in the corner, and you go, okay. And then you look around and you go back, and the statue is gone. And then you look around, you leave, and the statue's right in front of your face. Shit like that, it terrifies me. Whereas Resident Evil 2 is terror, like it's like thrilling terror. It's different. Being chased by Mr. X isn't the same brand of horror. Is BioShock scarier than Outer Wilds? Outer Wilds arguably hits higher heights of scary, but consistently, like, that one section in Outer Wilds terrifies me like nothing else because of my thalassophobia. But overall, BioShock is a scarier game. Outer Wilds is very scary to me. It's Outer Wilds terrified me, for sure. But it's because of a phobia I have, I think, primarily. Potato Mari. Ford Frolic is terrifying. Thank you, Elijah, for the 100 bits. I love Andrew Ryan. I love how he's a character with a very interesting philosophy that the narrative doesn't necessarily demonize, but shows how it can lead to a powder kegs that can erupt into something worse. Yes, it doesn't demonize any given ideology, which I think some people mistake BioShock for doing. It criticizes the extremes of ideology in certain practices, in certain contexts. Thank you, Hugs. I hope that's at least a little understandable. It's different types of horror, and one is scarier than the other, whereas the other is more like thrilling. I have not played Subnautica, and I'm not planning to. It's not impossible, but I'm not planning to. Would I ever live in Night City? If I was rich, yeah. If I was rich, probably. If I was middle class, I don't think so. And I'm not rich. I am middle class, so the answer is no. Subnautica would be a fun one for a donation stream. Yeah. With the disclaimer that I might just piss my pants and cry and have to stop the stream. Believe it or not, Trish, yeah. Oh, we do, Elijah? It's rough, man. It's rough. Oh, okay. Thanks, Mel. Next, number 62. Naruto spoilers? Naruto spoilers, just in case anyone... I should have done a bet with 62 and 61, actually. Rapture is one of those settings that is its own character, and in many ways is the ultimate victim of all the ideologies born within it. Yeah, I love that idea, Blackhawk. It literally ate itself alive because it couldn't contain the sheer scope of the ambition within it and the lack of foresight for the implications of what it actually represented. Madara Uchiha from Naruto. He gets introduced so late game comparatively to a lot of the other antagonists that I'm just like, maybe he's just going to kind of aura farm and not have a lot of substance to him, and that's fine. Maybe he's just going to be kind of a legacy character. But man, the legacy dynamics throughout Naruto, him and Hashirama, and how that translates all the way down to Naruto and Sasuke, and what's different about them trying to break the cycle, and why Naruto is different. The ideologies and methodologies he imposed as the natural end product of him taking a genuine look at the world and feeling like this was the only way to answer war. The true emotional core of all that he did, the dick riding for Hashirama, insane! That guy did tricks on it! The aura, the insane aura in the manga and in the anime, the fights, the ED, you know the ED I'm talking about, the wish fulfillment ED, where he is his own anime protagonist, with the anime protagonist shonen music going on in the back, like, his warped perspective in that way, him looking at himself as the hero. And then his downfall. It's all wonderful. It's all so good. You Come Later? Hashirama, You Come Later? Oh my god, yes. It is good, Raph. It absolutely is good. Madara and Hashirama being so similar but more important, so different from Naruto and Sasuke is so amazingly well done, and I wish more people saw the differences. They're easy in some ways they're easy to miss, but they're so defining. And I think I didn't properly understand all of it until we got to the end. Any specific thoughts on the way he was defeated? Just so perfectly fitting. The fact that he was defeated by a sort of supernatural force of nature, a byproduct of a supernatural force of nature representing what everyone in the series is essentially fighting against, the bloodshed and the seemingly never-ending violent nature of man, and his attempts to stop it were literally cut short by being defeated by a personification of it, is perfect. Madara was never going to be the final villain, never, because he was a byproduct and a symptom of the problem, but he was not the problem. He was never the problem. He was trying to find an answer, and he was a symptom of it. But if Madara was the final villain and you beat him and somehow that solves everything, it wouldn't make sense. So many layers of karmic justice and thematic irony to the defeat. I used to hate it, but it's my favorite Madara moment. It's so good. I'm so glad you like it now, Fiji. Him and Hashirama on their own is perfect, and their reflections within Naruto and Sasuke, it's so good. And yeah, he himself was a force of nature. A legend, like Ray says. And then turning over a new leaf with all the symbolism. Oh, yes. He made peace with Hashirama in the end, which is something that may not have happened if he was the final villain. True. True. Same with me, Strom. He completely shocked me with how emotional he was. I wasn't expecting that at all. Madara being the human who acknowledged his hypocrisy moves me beyond words. He's the only major human antagonist aware of the mask he wears, but still accepts it. Yeah, the self-awareness. But there's also delusion. There's both. His dynamic with Tobi, Zabuza, and Haku. I have to gush about Madara for a second. Such a fantastic character. From the second his name is uttered from Kurama, you can tell he has a certain aura surrounding him. Just the comparison between him and Sasuke is already so telling with what trajectory Sasuke was going to take despite the outcome. He reflects so much of what makes the Uchiha the clan that they are, and especially is such a great foil in comparison to Sasuke. Perfect encapsulation of what could have been. But what I love about it is that, in the end, there is serenity for him. You know? He was misled, and he couldn't find the answer, but at the end of the day, there was hope in spite of it. Let me see, Trish. I'll tab out just for a sec. Yeah, we're gonna need to come up with a name for the village too. Any thoughts? How about Kono Hagakure, the village hidden in the leaves? These dreams that these two had, and how he just couldn't see a future using that method, using cooperation. And it all shows why Naruto is special. The character Naruto. He named it. His dreams formed it. He sees himself as the hero who's earnestly trying to save the world in its own way. He's simultaneously the most shonen aura farming villain ever and very atypical. Yeah, he really is. You know, people compare him to Sukuna a lot, but he's very different. He's similar in lots of ways, but the core of and the impact he has on the narrative, the emotional, the hopes and dreams and all of that, that's so different from Sukuna and so different from how people portray him. Kaguya is great. Kaguya is everything she needs to be. Okay, and then next up, the character who I wanted to do a bet with for Madara, who I'm low-key thinking is Madara actually higher, as we talk about it. Kuja. You know what? I think Madara's higher. But Kuja from FF9 is one of my favorite Final Fantasy villains, one of my favorite antagonists in video games, similar to what I said about Gondro Dim, etc. With a dynamic with Zidane that is, I think, the epitome and core of everything that Final Fantasy IX is. A yearning for connection, a yearning for identity, and just a yearning to and a longing to be able to define yourself and say that I exist in the world as someone who is loved and who loves and has these connections that define him. You know? Kuja moves me so much. I really, really adore him. I've loved him since I saw him, and that love has only really grown. But I think Madara's a hair ahead. He's easily your favorite character? Awesome. I think he's my third favorite. I think he's my third favorite in FF9. No, I think I know. I think I know what you mean, Claire. They are very similar. And speaking of characters similar to Madara and Kuja, I actually think these two characters work together really, really well. Oh wait, hold on. Reading this much love from Madara from chat makes me emotional. I'm so glad, Becca. He deserves all of it and more. Naruto deserves all of it and more. Do a Kaguya video? Gabagool, I go to these streams to escape people demanding videos from me. Please don't. Please don't. I don't feel strongly enough about Kaguya to make a video, and I don't want to make videos about Naruto. Number 60. Kaido from One Piece. One of the characters that I think people associate now because of the way I've tooted his horn and touted his brilliance. I think people kind of associate me with Kaido, and I couldn't be more glad. I couldn't be more glad. Now, Kaido is a little difficult to parse out. I won't talk a lot about him. If you don't know my takes on Kaido, I have a video on Kaido that Sarah's just linked. Thank you very much. I know, it would have been a great bet, Fiji. It would have been fantastic. Where were they? Where was Kaido last year? 52. Madara was 55. It would have been a great bet. He's written in a way totally different from every other One Piece character, which makes people, I think, not connect with him as much, or maybe miss certain things about him. Thank you for the follow. And just not really think he's as good as other characters that are more classically One Piece, like Doflamingo, or Crocodile, or I don't know, Katakuri. Even though Katakuri is a bit different. But that doesn't mean he is any less brilliant. In fact, he is one of the best characters in the series. He is so special, and his dynamic with Luffy is one of the most important in the entire series. His feelings on Joy Boy, his self-deprecation, his weakness of spirit to be able to be like Luffy, to be like the heroes that he looks up to. His sort of inferiority complex, funnily enough, despite his strength. Masterclass, complete masterclass in subtext. And I really hope that he has more of a role going forward in the story, because that could catapult him even further. Katakuri is very much the warm-up to Kaido. I saw people posting panels from his fight with Yamato earlier, and it's so fascinating to see how much he rejects the idea of bonds and connections despite desperately yearning for them. Yes, because I think it's also part of his idea of weakness. I think that looking at bonds and leaning on others is something that he views as a vulnerability that he cannot afford because he needs to be stronger. He needs to impart a classically, traditionally masculine idea of strength because that is what he's learned. But strength is so much more than that. I mean, that's poetic in its own way, Mel, but I hope it didn't happen. Why do you think he yearns for bonds with others? The answer to that is right here. 27 minutes. By the way, there are a few characters that can justifiably... Jesus. Jump scare my own voice. Why do I think he yearns connections with others? In this video, outside of like the core reason being that he's lonely? You know, he's lonely. Sometimes you don't need much more of a reason like that than that, but there's a lot of nuances tied to it that I discuss in this video. Thank you guys, thank you for the love for the video. I hope to have a similar quality of video on Doflamingo down the line. Thank you so much, guys. That's very sweet. You're right, Struggler. Gotta be careful. I wonder if Kaido's country selling him is the origin of Kaido's belief that everyone will betray him. And if that includes how he thinks about King. I don't think that he thinks... I don't think that he fears betrayal with King, or thinks about betrayal with King, but... What is this recommendation? Why am I being recommended YouTube featured? Why is YouTube featuring my members' first video? What? I don't understand YouTube, man. I think he just doesn't think about it. I think he just doesn't think about it. I think it passes his notice because he literally just can't conceptualize it. What were your thoughts on his flashback in general? I love the character, but I admit the flashback left me wanting a bit more. It's exactly what I thought it would be. I think that Kaido's flashback needed to be minimalistic. I didn't want it to change the subtextual approach to his character. So, while I'm not going to say that it's a great, amazing flashback, I think it's good. It confirms things that need to be confirmed. It continues the trend and style of his character, and it's exactly what I expected it to be. Throughout my entire read, I'm just like, Kaido's going to have a really minimalistic backstory, or I hope he does. Me too, Mel. Kaido and King is a fantastic dynamic. One second. I can't believe Oblivion. Anyway. He thinks that King fears him. That's why he wants to connect with Yamato, because Yamato was his blood. This can't go wrong. That's a big part of why Kaido is different than Luffy. I think Luffy gathers people to his cause through dreams and camaraderie and connection, whereas Kaido, people gather around him because of fear. But King was an exception to that, and I think that's key. I really do, and I really hope it plays a part going forward. Is Kaido kind of Kubo-coded? To me, Kaido is Togashi-coded. But kind of Kubo as well. There are different flavors of subtext. Yes, Kaido's dynamic with Yamato, with his son, yeah, is very interesting. And the respect he has for his son's identity, while disrespecting him in a lot of other ways. Such an interesting character, man. I love Kaido. I saw a meme that said that Kaido had zero character writing. Yeah, people are always gonna let people talk, man. People are always like that. That's Twitter. People are gonna disrespect writers. It's been happening. It's gonna continue to happen. It's probably gonna get worse, but that's why it's important to celebrate when you truly believe that something is great, to really express your joy for it and passion for it. It is a shame. It's discouraging sometimes, but that's why places like this community is so great, because you guys, even if you don't agree with me, even if you think, there are people in chat right now who think Kaido's trash, for sure, I'm sure. But even if you don't agree, you accommodate me gushing about it, and I appreciate that, and you respect my opinion. And I respect yours, and that's what's missing in online discourse. He must relate to Yamato. Yeah, and his complex with Odin is so good. I said I wouldn't talk about him a lot. It's in the video. His complex with Odin is unbelievable. Rated dynamic, Kaido, Kuma, Joy Boy, and Nika. Probably Triple S. Probably Triple S. Thank you, Hugs. Next on the list is a character we've already talked about, who to me is one of the foremost embodiments of loneliness and a sort of agonizing infinity and boredom that really, really strikes me. Ulquiorra? Nope. An agonizing boredom. Burn Castell. Umineko, Burn Castell, I think a very slight, hits for me slightly more than Erica, but it's really close. There's something that is profound about the way that Burn Castell describes her agony and how she acts out as a result of it. And she is the true, I think, proper villain, I guess you could say. There's something sort of ephemeral and it's hard to express some of the beauty I see from her character. And yeah, emphasizes some of Battler through what he does despite all that she does. She is empty. That's the word. That's the word I was looking for. She is hollow. She is empty. She is looking for something. And she is so cruel and imparts the cruelty that she feels through her infinite agony on others. Does Higurashi add to this? A little bit. I've only seen the anime, though. Oh, see, people were saying Sukuna? Ulquiorra? Reiner? Whoa. Is it Xantime? Interesting. She's the destruction of the concept. It is, Kai. That occurs when we are unwilling to attach our hearts to the things around us out of fear that they will fade. You were saying Xeno? I missed that. That would be an interesting drop. Yes, the sort of, and in that way, she's kind of a Bleach antag in a way, because what antithesis Burn Castell is courage, or what she antithesis is courage. To triumph over that fear and make those connections, and not be fearless, but triumph over it, like I said. And Burn Castell's inability to have that courage, just because of the weight of her misery, really defines her. Yeah, no. I didn't realize that, but I get that, Trish. She talks about how she can revive and die at will, and that she'll die when she stops thinking, but as soon as she starts thinking again, she can come back to life. In a higher conceptual sense, the way Beatrice represents knowledge, Burn Castell metaphysically embodies reason and logic. As long as you keep thinking, then there's a chance for a miracle to happen. It's interesting, because on the flip side, because there is hope in the way you describe that. But on the flip side, there's also an eternity to that, right? Which could feel a bit suffocating. Sorry, I'm having a little bite. Thank you, Hannah, for the cookie. Reminds me of Emmett being forced out of sleep. Because think about that. The moment you start thinking, you sleep, but the moment you start thinking about anything, you're forced to wake. I don't know. There's something torturous about her to me. Burn is hope to Battler and Angie in some ways, a misguided Luciferian hope, for a great portion of the story, for sure. Sorry, Elijah. I love how much Burn defines her worth through possibility, says Sam. Sorry. She has been robbed of possibility so much herself, so she justifies that by becoming the definition of miracle or possibility itself. Almost like she views her control over miracles and possibility itself as per payment for her own suffering. Delanor has the freedom to travel between certainty and uncertainty, while Erica Byrne are so limited. That's a cool triumvirate you've brought forth there, Sam. I really like it. Did I hear you say that you haven't even read episode 8 yet? What? Oh, Sam, I thought you finished it. Oh my gosh. That's crazy. Okay, we're gonna do a bet between 55 and 56. And that's a really good one. But next is talking about subtext masterclasses, symbolic masterclasses, characters that are written in unorthodox, non-traditional ways. Unorthodox, non-traditional ways that that you really kind of have to challenge yourself and cook with others. Maybe with someone like Andres, maybe with someone like Hannah, maybe with other FF14 lovers. Maybe I show this character to my mom and I give a whole diatribe and monologue on why he's amazing to make her understand him, and now she loves him, and it's great. One of the most interesting character concepts and most complex characters in video games to me, with so much depth that the more you explore it, like it just feels endless. And yet at the same time, it feels really simple. Just a completely trapped, paradoxical psychology that is so sympathetic to me, despite the horrific things he's done. It is Varys Zos Galvis from Final Fantasy XIV, up 2 spots from last year, which is very notable. Varys just, everything I said. I'm constantly find myself impressed more and more with the design of this character, and I was initially disappointed with the character decision they made for I guess where he went in the story, only to then realize that why did I ever have any reservations at all about Ishikawa and what she's cooking and the direction he's going in? Because it's all brilliant. Excuse me. Claire, you might want to check yesterday's VOD. Rufus Shinra is absolutely on this list, and he has risen. He's risen. One of the biggest rises. He's one... I don't know, what's the number? 120. Up 29 spots. Guys, this is one of the most brilliant, profound concepts for a character. The only reason why he isn't higher, despite all this gushing, is I think due to the nature of his design, he doesn't have as much depth, he doesn't have as much breadth, I guess. He doesn't have as much scope. You don't have as much exposure to him. But the more you think about him, the better he gets, so who's to say he won't rise there one day? But, like, it's hard to commit to compete with characters like Xenos, or Elidibus, or Emmett, or Hermes, or Meruem, or Poof, or something like that, when, by his nature, he's kind of cut short, and he's kind of trapped, and not able to fulfill his potential in universe, and, you know. See you, Moonless. Rated Dynamic, Varys, and Solus. Double S. These are 14 spoilers, yes, but we're getting towards the end. Constantly being puppeted even when he thinks he isn't. The whole short story with him and the certain name, how he feels about his body. He never has agency. And I've been thinking about the idea lately. We can co-Panna. I've been thinking about the idea lately about his potential jealousy towards his son. Like, imagine trying your whole life, not being able to conceptualize what you want to do with your life, but like knowing what you want to do but not being able to do it at all, and then seeing your offspring being able to do it so easily, and just being flummoxed at that completely. I don't know, man. He's so... Even in death, yeah, he's used as a tool. It's crazy. It's crazy. Great summary, Andres. Yep, and everything he, like Safwa says, everything he brings down to Xenos is something he's been taught through dogma. And yet Xenos somehow is able to counteract that. Like, what must he be thinking in response to that, right? Every aspect of him is artificial and controlled, treated his whole life as a tool, but taken out by his own child that he shaped in nearly the same way, but ended up completely dissimilar. I would love to be in his head as he thought about how Xenos was different than him. It's really cool how even though Varys opposes the Ascians, I want to read what Andres said. Also, hello to me. He embodies aspects of their ultimate ideology too, that the world not being whole is something unacceptable and the whole of mankind needs to be one. Right, he hates and opposes them, but that's all he knows. Like, the way he conceptualizes the world is by nature the ideology that he despises, but he can't conceptualize the world in any other way. That Xenos counteracts Varys and gets renamed as a traitor, and the Vos taken away gets named Viator, which means traveler, and then shows... Oh... Oh yeah, Zoe, sorry. I said it wrong too. Every little thing he does has an underlying tragedy to it. It's funny and sad. Guys. Oh no. Yeah, he's higher. Is he? I don't know. No, he's not. He's not. But he's really close. He's so goddamn good. The parlay, oh my god. To think about how he also doesn't even conceptualize Xenos' freedom too, yet he exactly has what Varys didn't. So he obviously doesn't understand it, he just can't conceptualize it. But I like to think that he feels something there. Like we talked about this, Andres. I think there's some sort of abstract feeling that Xenos has reached some sort of enlightenment that he is bereft of, incapable of. No, you know what? He's higher. I don't know. I'll decide after. You guys are cooking like mad with Varys. Have we entered Triple S? We're on the cusp of Triple S. Me too, Trish. It's very meta. Like, I have Varys below a good few Final Fantasy XIV characters. He's around top 15 or so. And part of that is a commentary on him himself. He's still trying to live up to his father's standards, but he doesn't even realize it. It's one of the most incredible characters as a concept. And we are now going to continue to another amazing video game character who I'm debating, are they above or below Varys? I know, Hannah. Sorry for the eating. I was just really hungry. I wanted to eat my cookie. You can tell that Varys never even met his standards of his father, even with his body, so he's just been chasing that for so long, even with his armor showcasing that. There are very few characters that I think are as doomed as Poof from Hunter x Hunter, but Varys is one of them. He just never had a chance. What type of cookie? It's a chocolate chip Oreo cookie. Very good. Next up, Chrono Trigger. A little-known game called Chrono Trigger. And a character who is defined for me with lots of fleeting feelings, lots of, I think of Magus and I think of him eternally searching. Yeah, to me, Hannah has the explanation there. Just this eternal search for something that might be futile, might be worthless, but nonetheless his love and connection means that he can never give it up. And that is his purpose in the game. That is his purpose before the game. It is his purpose during the game, and after the game's done, he continues on that endless search. And there's something so beautiful and sad and melancholic about that. That I've always found this sort of strange melancholy to, and sympathy to. He's very tragic. He's incredibly tragic. He's the best character. For me, by far the best character in Chrono Trigger. I absolutely love him. And in addition to that, he's just tons of fun. The way that history is built off of and reflected off of him, and his legacy, the aura he has, his castle, his music, just all around an incredible character. And yeah, he is revolutionary. It's easy to forget that. He is absolutely revolutionary. His dynamic with Shala tears me apart, man. Bedtime? Lavos is a peak mechanical force of nature antagonist. You're absolutely right, Elijah. I want to get to at least 50. I want to get to at least 50 today. Okay. Here we go. This is shonen royalty. This is shonen royalty. Shinsuke Takasugi from Gintama, who there has been a Gintama renaissance lately. There absolutely has been. Baragon, very nice, Raph. That's really good. Or there's been a big Gintama renaissance. I've been brain rotting about Gintama a lot lately. And before I do it, let me just read what Andra says. I think his realizations on the passing of time and how he brings back around in the end is very cool and emblematic of the entire melancholy of Chrono Trigger. And even if our heroes represent the beauty of it, I don't know if he'd ever be able to fully conceptualize it, yet he can accept it. Yeah, I think that's embodied through the campfire scene and how he stands apart from everyone. He's a part of the... he's in a different plane, emotionally, and in a lot of other ways, too. Sodachi and Kubo are good friends? Really? Has Utsudo been on the list yet? No. When my card declines at therapy, so they remind me about Takasugi. Here we are, folks. Shinsuke Takasugi or Ulquiorra. I think he has a last name. I don't really care. Ulquiorra, Bleach. This is a fun one. Cypher. Sure. I was hoping Ulquiorra top 50. It's still so high! Guys, this is so high! It's so high, man! For a new entry! Top 55 is really, really good! It's, like, incredibly good! Okay, Celix, I'll look at it later today. Oh, I thought the numbers were at 56. Sorry, we're at 55. I thought Magus was 56. I miscounted. It's incredible. He's an incredible character. This is so good, guys. Don't fixate on the characters that are above him or that you put him higher. This is not low. It's not low. What caused the Takasugi rise? Gintama brain rot, re-watching, re-experiencing OPs, literally watching. If you're a Gintama fan and you find yourself like, do I really love it as much as I used to? Watch the OPs on repeat, and your love will come back, I promise you. Just honestly, being reconnected with the series emotionally. That's literally it. Hannah and I watched 3 or 4 episodes of Yoshiwara in Flames. I went on a Gintama brain rot tour for the past couple of weeks, and Takasugi rose, because last year he was 63. Now he's 55 or 56. Send you the Ulquiorra OP. Is there a way to check your predictions? I can find it for you. If you want, message me on Discord and I can send you yours, Green Fool. I haven't bet yet. Oh, that's so cool, Kev. Gintama OPs are the best in the business. And Takasugi has the most emotional conclusion to his character. Bar none. One of the most emotional conclusions to any character in fiction. And he is how I became enamored with Koyasu. A lot of people get enamored with Koyasu because of Dio. Takasugi was my Dio. I heard that voice, and then when I'd hear Zeke, or when I'd hear Toji even, or when I'd hear like the random character he plays in Hunter x Hunter, I just hear at first. Now I think of him, and I think of it differently. Or Rosewall in ReZero, I just go like Takasugi. That's Takasugi. Olivier, yeah, my. Or the random in Ava, yup, the guy with the hair down to here. Yeah, and Ulquiorra is my... From the moment... He's the core of one of the best fights in Bleach. He has one of the best dynamics in the series with Ichigo, but what really strikes me is his relationship with Orihime. His relationship with Orihime, and how he constantly tries to cope and deny that he is okay. He thinks that if he can defeat Ichigo, if I can do this, I will prove through might that I am okay, that everything is okay, that I am not as lonely as I feel like I am, that I don't need heart, that I don't need connections. He has a great dynamic with Yuha, with Kaien, Ichigo, but the one that strikes me the most is Orihime. And learning what she represented, and the warmth, and how she connected people. And his origin, and why he started believing in tangible things in front of him. If it wasn't tangible, if it wasn't in front of him, then he couldn't believe it was there. And how that ties into the abstract idea of hearts and connections. Fiji has a video on Ulquiorra that really goes over this really well. About the abstract versus the literal in Ulquiorra. And then right at the end, the bet has not started, don't worry. And then right at the end, he's able to find a semblance of peace and hope and heart right at the end. He's able to accept that maybe I wasn't okay with how I was living. But it kind of feels worth it for what... It almost feels worth it for what was able to reach him. He didn't die alone, no. Thank you, Marcel, for the 36 months with Prime. Thank you for 3 years. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. Welcome to the 3-year club. Enjoy the new badge. And... yeah, so Ulquiorra has some of the best presentation as well. The heart pages. He is just... And it was so fun for me. Fun's a weird word. It was so engaging for me to learn about all that he was about through his fight with Ichigo, through how he tried to prove him wrong, and how he needed to defy him to validate himself. But then ultimately, there was nothing to be validated there, and he opened himself up to the beauty of what our protagonists represent. I love that for you, Mel. That might be the case with me. No, probably not the case with me. But I totally get that. He's one of the best characters in Bleach. Anyways, and falling in love with him over the past year has been so much fun. So much fun. I adore him. Which character's higher on the list? Ulquiorra or Takasugi? The votes have started. Oh, wait, hold on one sec. They have not started yet. Sorry, one sec. I'm a fraud. Okay. Starts now. Ulquiorra, man, did he ever have a chance to not be depressed? Literally his death. Literally his death. And isn't there something insanely poetic about that? Hey AJ, I was looking at your top 100 antags from the previous years, and a certain character from Bloodborne was higher up on 2023, but not on 2024. You don't have to be vague, youngest big boy. Which character are you thinking about? 10k right out the palm of my hands. Oh boy. I was joking about how silly he looks. Oh. How's the vote going? 74% say Ulquiorra, 26% say Takasugi. The answer is Ulquiorra. Congrats. Congrats, everyone. Welcome back, Chill. Gurman? Sorry. For Bloodborne. So the thing with Bloodborne characters is I stopped adding FromSoft characters outside of Sekiro to my list last year. Just because of how differently they're written, it's hard to conceptualize and rank them in comparison to others. They're almost like different forms of media almost to me, so it's hard to compare. And when the presentation and writing is so different. Congrats, Weaver. Congrats. Welcome back, Mixed Toast. Okay. We're getting, I mean, these are the heavy hitters, man. These are the heavy hitters. I want to get to top 50. We can do a fun bet between 51 and 50 But 54 is Cersei Lannister. I know, yeah. A Rise of 7 is really big. Really big. One of the best characters in A Song of Ice and Fire. An incredibly twisted and destroyed psychology that is really, really interesting to get into, specifically after A Storm of Swords. When you get more protagonistic viewpoints, though I still consider her an antagonist. The spiraling, the sort of the way that she's kind of poisoned by expectation from herself and others around her, and how that becomes, how that sprouts into pure insanity, and all of that, and her shame, and how she is shamed, and she's one who I like generally in the show, but I think they do hold back a little bit with some of her twisted nature. So I like her in the show. I think she's generally done pretty well, but I don't think they make her unhinged enough. Peak Fiction, Kino. Oh, boy. Yes, thank you, Tom. Thank you, Tom. Thank you for the 100 bits, Chill. Cersei, my beloved, she thinks she is so much smarter than she actually is, and that makes her so dangerous, right? She kind of, in a lot of ways, she's kind of a really twisted fraud. And you know how I feel about fraud characters, right? But it's so sympathetic every step of the way to me. her father had promised it, and all that which is bequeathed to her, which is granted to her, so that she's kind of poisoned by perspective in a way. I feel like bringing up my own favorite antagonist would get some blowback. Zeno, I promise you, there is no reason why anyone in chat would offer any blowback for you just expressing characters you love. You can feel free to express whatever you'd like. No one is going to offer you blowback for just saying I love these characters. Fear not. It is really sad. It is really sad, Lolo. I think she's a very sad character. Yeah, as long as you don't, through saying your favorites, offer negativity for others, you're good. Next up, excuse me. Shigaraki's amazing. He's in my honorable mentions. Top 5 frauds? Greenfool, I can't answer you. Unfortunately, I can't answer you because that would spoil some frauds on this list. But I'm sorry, I don't think I... Donzo's honorable mention. Oh, interesting, Elijah. I've heard of Blood Meridian. Top 5 frauds that are already placed? If you consider Cersei, sure. If you consider Vegas to be... Vegas? Las Vegas? Varys to be one? If you consider... maybe... maybe Osborne to be one? Maybe... Tywin? Anyways, number 53. The GOAT. I love Tsukasa Sagawa. I adore this man. I just... seeing him and Majima just interact, any scene between him and Majima is pure, unadulterated, peak gold. It is unreal how much I love all of his interactions, all of his little lines. The complexity in his character is insane, such that you can interpret... He has so many different intermingling elements to his motivations. One moment, he's the scariest motherfucker in existence. The second, you could cry for him. One moment, you think he's your friend. The next, you think he's gonna kill you. And it's really hard to reconcile that, I think, until the end. I think until the end where you see what he was demonstrating to Majima about what it means to live your life properly. To this day, him and Majima have one of my favorite dynamics in all of Yakuza, and his conclusion is darkly poetic. And his encouragement for Majima, in spite of the sheer darkness, is incredible. Yeah, he tells him to kill a person, and then goes, but do you understand what that really means? It's like, well, what do you want me to do? He feels like paradoxical and contradictory in a lot of the ways that his characterization comes across, but it all fits itself into this beautifully cohesive package by the end, and he's unbelievable to me. He's so good. Oh yeah, this is one of my favorite trail songs, Sebastian. Me too, Mel. It's so good. Has my rewatch or replay elevated him for me? Not really. I think he always stuck in my mind as a character I really, really adored. So it hasn't really but it's just been great to have him back, you know, in my life. Push and pull abusive antagonist. Yes, it's really, really good. It's really, I miss antags like him. They made, man, within 2 or 3 years, RGG gave us Takasugi, and then they gave us Sagawa. Both of them built very similarly. With Sagawa more antagonistic, I don't think Takasugi's an antagonist, but you get what I mean. And then never gave us anyone like that again. Give us a Takasugi regen. Give us a Sagawa regen. Give us something that scratches that itch. I miss it, man. I totally agree, Hannah. Hannah's actually played that. A bit of that, Elijah. Sawashido? I don't think I agree that Sawashido is similar to Sagawa. I thought he was going to be that, but I don't think he ends up being that. I think Joe is almost all push. And then it's in the 2% of the time where you peek through the mask and see where his true self lies. You're always late, Ichi. What he really genuinely wanted the entire time. To me, Joe is very different. Who's more scummy, Sawashido or Sagawa? I don't know. They're both types of scum that is peak fiction, though. I'm with you, Simba. I don't know what I thought about Joe, but once we got more from him, I did envision him going down the Sagawa path. But I'm glad that he didn't, because we got what we got. And Joe's pretty good. How are we talking about the Jote? How does every conversation go to the Jote? Is the bet yet? I don't know. 52. No. He is the Jote. Yeah, I think that's part of it too, Hannah. The Jote is super backloaded. It's very true. Up until a certain point, I'm just like, okay, this guy's kind of raw, I guess? And that's all I think about him at all. I'm just like, he's just kind of raw. He's fine. And then, holy shit, this is the greatest character ever. You know, there was 0 to 1,000. Whereas with Sagawa, he is consistently giving us stuff. He's consistently giving us stuff the entire story, and it's very even. Whereas, by the nature of Jote's design, he's very backloaded. The thing with Sagawa for me is that it's so interesting in how in the end we know so little about him in terms of his past, but just through his interactions with Majima, we got a character that is defined by his present. It's interesting because I think he goes through a similar journey that Majima goes through in Yakuza 0 internally. You know? Majima being in this gilded cage and going in all sorts of different directions, and in the end trying to be free, and in the end not really being free, but making a decision for himself in spite of everything. With his whole chest and his whole heart, deciding what to do. Sagawa does the same thing, I think. I think he does the same thing. He's incredible, man. He's incredible. I love Sagawa so much. How Goro Majima became free. They're next to each other. I don't know how the world can handle those two next to each other. Number 52. The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess. One of the coolest conceptual executions of a fraud character I have ever seen. Zant, Twilight Princess. He's gone up 2 spots. He is my favorite Zelda villain, Zelda antagonist, by far, and my second favorite Zelda character ever. He is the quintessential example of a fraud character. He is so goddamn awesome, and the way he comports himself as greater than he is through what he's clearly learned through pomp and circumstance and looking on other leaders. And he goes, yes, I am high, I am mighty, I am all-powerful, I am dark, I am sinister. And then the moment things start going incorrectly for him, he loses everything. He loses all his composure, he loses his shit. The fight with him, how he's characterized through his fighting style as he completely loses everything, all that he is as the mask drops. And at the end of the day, he just ends up being this absolute fraud who had no power, felt that his people were stripped of it, wanted to be the person to grant it to that kingdom, but ultimately just wanted power for power's sake, and was used and abused and tossed aside as a result of it. It's something that is incredibly profound to me, and speaks of how a lot of dictatorial, fascistic leaders, I think in I don't want to make too many real-world parallels, but just in general, the concept of that, on the latter, are kind of manipulated in that way. His fight is very similar to Majora's, yeah. Thank you, Dave. Zant is such a... I'm so glad Zant exists. He is so for me. I love him so much. He was aura farming like mad. And then the aura went away, and he was peak. Best Nintendo villain? I guess so. Is he? Oh, no, sorry. He's my third favorite, Sebastian. He's my third favorite. Yeah, I don't count. I'm thinking of first-party Nintendo titles. But even still, there is no... Even still, there's... I don't want to spoil. Anyway, bet, as we get to the top 50, maybe the last bet of the day? Wait, let's see. Where should we end today? Okay. I know where we're ending today. My favorite Nintendo villain is Tsukasa Sagawa. Right, Simba? It's crazy. It's crazy. Okay, last bet of the day, I think. I think we're going to end off at number 47. Because number 46 and a bunch onwards are really, really fun. And I think it's going to be really fun to start off next stream with them. Or maybe I'll say them. Maybe I'll get into them. I don't know. We'll see. Ushijima Wakatoshi. Haikyuu. No, the final stream is next week. Next week. Or... Shinsuke Kita from Haikyuu. Last year, where were these two? Kita was 45, Ushijima was 46. I'll give you guys 2 minutes for this one. Which character is higher on the list? Ushijima or Kita? So basically, what I'm asking you guys is what is higher on the list? I am the result of the byproducts, and you know the quote, or thank you for protecting my gift, Dad. That's basically what I'm asking you. Prediction has started. Ushijima and Kita. Were either of them in the movie? Nope, I don't think so. You can't just ask that? Sorry, Sarah. There's no way I can pick? Well, you don't have to vote. You can abstain. I know. Thank you for protecting my gift, Dad. That is such a unbelievably beautiful line. All in on Kita? I have to vote Kita? Ushijima got so elevated in the finale, even though he was already great before that? Yes! Ushijima's elevation is incredible. Incredible. Going all in on my 700 waffles with Ushijima? All in? Tom, I think you just made those up. Oh no, we just got them back. Weren't you broke before? Oh dear. Who should I vote for? The cooler name. Whatever you think the cooler name is, maybe. What I'll say is this. Ushijima is one of my favorite examples of the, I guess, the epitome of strength and what strength represents. Kita kind of changed my life. Both make me almost equally emotional. Both are the core of two of the best matches in the series. I made videos on both. The writing structure of Ushijima and how he applies to Washijo and Shida Torizawa as a whole is incredible mechanical writing. And Kita's kind of feelsy, you know? Kita's philosophical and makes you want to, like, fold your clothes for the next morning. 28k on Ushijima, full doubt. Well, let's see what we got. 54% say Ushijima is higher. 46% say Kita. Pretty damn split. What do we got? What Haikyuu character have you not made a character video on, I guess? But you would like to? I made so many videos. I guess Kageyama? I don't think I made one on Kageyama, but like, Kageyama's so self-explanatory that to me, I don't think I'd actually want to make one on Kageyama. I made one on Bokuto. Takeru. Oh, no, wait, I do have a Kageyama one. Yeah, the King one. The Return of the King. Yeah, no, that one was kind of needed, because people got a bit confused when that episode review came out. So I do have a Kageyama one. Thanks, Sebastian. I've made so many. I made Nishinoya, Tsukishima. This song, man. A Kenma video. I don't have a Kenma video. But I do talk about him in my The Lessons That Haikyuu Taught Me video. I don't think I'd want to make a video on Kenma, because that's another one where it's like, I don't think I'd have much to say. I haven't made Hirugami, though I did mention him in my Hoshiumi one. I think either Hirugami or probably... Asahi, maybe. Yeah, Asahi. Thank you, Simba. That's very sweet. Asahi is self-explanatory, but I think I could potentially talk about Asahi and express myself about Asahi in a way that would feel worthwhile. Do I have a Washijo dedicated video? Oh, do I? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Anyways, the answer is... Kudo. Oh, you're right, Hannah. No, Kudo's a great one. I'd make one for Kudo before Asahi. Maybe before Kirugami. Kudo's an amazing one. Kudo would be awesome. No, I think my answer's Kudo. I didn't think of Kudo. Ushijima or Bokuto in arm wrestling? Bokuto would win by a hair, and Ushijima would lose because, like, he saw a kid in the corner of his eye, like, fall down on the sidewalk, and he wanted to help him. But he'd let Bokuto get the victory. And he'd just smile. Video on Shaw. Is Asahi the most relatable Haikyuu character? Maybe. Suga's really relatable, Oikawa's really relatable, Akashi's really relatable. Hidogami in some ways. Lowering the net, the whole lowering the net stuff is so good. Also, Kudo's laugh in the movie. The ha ha! Oh, Kudo Kenma. The answer is Kita. The answer is Kita. I'm glad about that, Andres. That makes me proud. I'm only a 1.3 millionaire now? Oh dear. Oh no. Congratulations, everyone. Commiserations to the 1.3 millionaire and everyone. I've lost 100K? Oh god. 200K bang? I feel like I lost the same bet in back-to-back years. I think we did this same bet. And Kita won then. Yeah, I think we did the same one. That's hilarious. Top 5 characters who embody pride or explore pride as a central theme. Walter White? Light Yagami? Aizen? Achilles, yo. Aizen? Yeah, nice. I like that. I'll know one day. It's right there. It's right there. Whitebeard? Ooh. Okay, that's a different type of pride. But yeah, I'll say Whitebeard. Pride from FMA. Oh, Whitebeard. Positive portrayals? Okay. Okay. Whitebeard. Battler. Naruto. Positive pride. Kageyama, end of series. True. Tanaka. Tanaka from Haikyuu. And yeah, why not Ichigo? Why not Ichigo? Yeah, Naruto, I think I meant to mention Naruto. I don't know if I did. I meant to. Asahi and Kamomerai, true. Oikawa's worthless pride. Saejima? Oh. Zoro. Yatsura does have battles with pride. He definitely does. It's not positive, though. I think it's pretty neutral. Eren, oh boy. Oh, me too, Claire. Oh my god. I was rewatching certain scenes from Naruto, like, last week. Varys did go up a tier. Yep, Varys went up a tier. Number 49. Xenoblade Chronicles. Xenoblade Chronicles alert. Xenoblade Chronicles alert. Xenoblade Chronicles alert. Alert, alert. Number 49, Egil from Xenoblade Chronicles. In my opinion, the second best character in one of my favorite video game narratives of all time. By far the best dynamic in the series with Shulk. I feel like I gush about him every year, and he deserves it every year. Incredible voice work from the guy who plays Thancred. I forget his name. But really, really, really good. How high are we going today? We're almost done today. We're almost done. Peter Bramhill. Yep. Yeah, he's voiced by Thancred, Peter Bramhill. And kind of an embodiment of the beauty of the plot of Xenoblade Chronicles, and how it unveils itself, and how your perception of events and Shulk's perception of events constantly take more and more turns until it's completely unrecognizable, and you find yourself looking at this person who was supposed to be your enemy and wanting to shake his hand, and how his hopes by the end of the series were fulfilled in this beautiful way. I feel so much for Egil. How does my appreciation for Egil compound with your current perspective on Xenoblade Chronicles? It's basically all emotions, but I do think some of it is mechanical. Yeah, it's just like on a moment-to-moment basis when I see him in cutscenes, when I see him interacting with Shulk, when I see his most defining moments, I just kind of sit back in awe and am just taken aback at how beautiful he is. Everyone loved you. Oh. Is that not what Egil and Lady Mayneth wanted? Rated character dynamic, Shulk and Egil, triple S. Yeah. And then 48. Am I gonna go for it? 48. Yeah, let's go for it. Egil and Fiora? I can't say I've thought about them much as a dynamic, so probably just B. There's some cool things with Fiora embodying Mayneth. I'll put you on one day. It might just pass me by, Sebastian. I don't know if you've seen my backlog. Have you seen my backlogged review of Xenoblade? I don't know if you've seen it, but... Okay, yeah, so... I don't know. I can't say that thinking about characters when it comes to Xenoblade really changes much. So I don't know that it would do much for me, but feel free. Feel free. Always love thinking about and talking about Xenoblade. I just think that I've thought about the game so much that that I think I've kind of, I don't know. I don't know that there's many more stones unturned. And now it's just an experience for me, I guess is the way I'd put it. It's an experience. It's a journey. The roar of the Mechonis is the millennium-old scream of my Oh. It's these moments of pure emotion and these screams from Shulk and the notes of the music, and when God-slaying sword starts playing as Zanza just... Oh, anyway. Number 48. One of the most intelligently crafted characters in anything. Flock Forrester Attack on Titan, for whom my appreciation has never wavered since. Like, it's never... There's never been a year where I think back to Flock and I'm like, he doesn't really measure up like he used to. Flock is so beautifully designed as a character. He's a terrifying character. He's embodies the worst of humanity in such an honest way that is essential to Attack on Titan and how it functions. He shows you so much about Eren, so much about misinterpretive legacy with Erwin, of fascism and how it comes to root, and how the painful truth is that in some cases, the root of it is just a very human fear and a lack of power that is not inherently harmful or malicious. It just kind of morphs into that. Block is this high? Yeah. First time, yeah. Yeah. If you're not aware of my love for Flock, it's that's surprising. So yes, Flock is absolutely someone I've touted the brilliance of for years and years on end. Tapping into the complexities and layers of Flock. 1 second. Egil and Zanza as a character dynamic. Double S? No, probably strong S. Oh, damn. Okay, Sarah linked it. Right there. You got right there, Andres. I know you probably already watched it. I know, I don't... It's all there. It's all there. And this is the character I wanted to end on today, but I might do 1 or 2 more just for fun. Because there are some new ones. Number 47, the last of the familiar stretch, Asriel Undertale. One of I talked maybe last year or the year before about how one of my favorite tropes is how understanding comes about as the result of combat. How two people who are ideologically opposed to one another fight, and one party convinces the other of their viewpoint through fighting. That's a very Bleach thing, and I love that trope before Bleach. Ebina has been on the list, yes. We talked about Ebina. We talked about Ebina yesterday. Oh, there you go, Andres. Asriel is such a great example of that. Someone who, a very kind of a Naruto character in some ways, who wanted and wants more than anything to be convinced that the world isn't what he's grown to believe it to be, and is only convinced through combat. And at the end, you're able to give him a hug and help him realize that there is a brighter future than he envisioned. Yeah, he's a very Naruto character, Elijah, for sure. Incredible character, and is he my favorite in Undertale? I think he's my favorite in Undertale. I like the ways his dynamics with... Sorry. After playing the True Pacifist route, I see a whole new side to this character. Like, the ways his dynamics with Kara are what directly influenced him into becoming Flowey in a lot of ways. You only recently did True Pacifist? I don't know exactly what parts you're referring to, but I'm pretty sure I agree. So, yeah, the specifics I'm not sure about, but I'm not sure what you're referring to, but I get you. Okay, do I stop there? Or do I show a couple of new ones? Because we could really start next stream with a bang. Oh, replayed it. Okay, sorry. Let's get to 45. My prediction's Dofi next. Oh god, Naruto. Stop! Okay. Let's do another. A new entry? You predict Arasaka? Which Arasaka? Yorinobu? Victor from Arcane. A really strong placing, and I think I feel comfortable after Season 2 enough, more than comfortable enough, to place him as an antagonist. I said Ambessa is one of the best characters in Arcane. Ditto that with Victor in another tier, on a higher tier. The song does suit him. Sorry, let me just read what Andrew said. At the end of UT, I don't know what's UT. I don't know what UT is. Basically, Asriel talks about how his kill or be killed philosophy came from his time while sharing his body with Kara and choosing to actually oppose Kara's desire to kill the humans. How he felt for a long time that it was a mistake because he specifically hurt Kara, but when he can feel love again, he realizes that Kara was wrong. Oh, Undertale. The Undertale. Okay, I see. At the end of Undertale, basically, Okay, I see you. I didn't know you replayed Undertale. That's really cool. Was Kaido ranked yet? Yes. Was Ambessa already on the list? Yes, both of them. How do I factor Flowey into his psychology? Do you think Deltarune might add to Asriel? I have no idea about Deltarune. I'm not too sure. But Flowey is a part of Asriel. Definitely to me. So Victor is another big triumph to me of Arcane. Season 2. I was definitely in a let's see how it goes camp when we first got introduced to him, and we see where he goes from the beginning of the story. And I was kind of observing. I didn't know. I thought there was a direction in which it could go that could go badly, but I didn't know one way or another where it would go. And ultimately, the conclusion it came to, and the fact that what the series basically ends on, is Victor seeing the inherent flaws in the human psyche, and how love is often full of thorns and full of pain, and how that can be hypocritical and self-detrimental in a lot of ways, and how he gives up and avoids humanity as a result of it, but how Jace and then how he factors his own, what he perceives as limitations and flaws due to his disabilities and what he perceives as his own ugliness. And then how Jace looks at all of that and says, regardless of any of that, you are a beautiful person, a person who I love. And you are who you are. You are the sum of everything. And is it fair? No. But all of this is beautiful and deserves to exist, and there is a future to strive for regardless of everything. It's a very Naruto Sasuke sort of thing. There is a shot that directly mirrors Naruto and Sasuke to me. It brings to, I never really thought until the finale of Season 2 about that element of Victor, about that element of his disability and how that factored into everything. But it felt really natural when it did, and the way that Jace counteracts it, and how at the end of the day, Jace just goes, I just want my partner back. There's a shot where Victor in this dream realm is, I think, hurt by Echo, and it shows like a scrape in his armor, and you can see his eye. Unfortunately, Hannah. You can see his eye, and he tries with all his might to just shield his eye, because he views it as a part of himself, and as a result, a huge weakness that he doesn't want the world to see. And that always gets to me. That always gets to me. And how Jace, in a really quick turnaround, allowed him to see the beauty in that regardless. Yeah, Victor is unbelievable, and I was kind of glad that he became an antagonist. Great dynamics with Silco. His and Jace's dynamic is my favorite in the whole series, but he has a really cool one with Silco as well, with Singed, with, in some ways, Heimerdinger. I feel like there's no heterosexual explanation to Victor's character. Real. Top 5 arcane characters: Jace, Silco, Jinx, Victor, Echo. If Gaster becomes a fully fleshed character in Deltarune, do you think he could be on the list? He could. It entirely depends on how he's executed. But he could, if he's done really, really well. No, I totally agree. Victor is very similar to Persona 5 Royal's main antagonist. Thank you, Sonny. I love how you describe Victor and Jace as soulmates. They were destined to create this marvelous and terrible thing. And what I love is that they both, at the end of the day, in the search of great, they failed to do good. But at the end of the day, they were able to do good. They were able to sacrifice all that they were and impart their legacy on the world and maybe give them an inkling of how it should be used, through how it should not be used. Through example of showing what it should not be wielded as, they show everyone how progress works. And that makes me so emotional. And how they both exit the story embracing, arm in arm. How Jace couldn't leave him alone. And how Victor was so lonely. We have to make it right. Beautiful. It's so beautiful. The parallel he tries to force between himself... The parallel he tries to force between himself and Jinx in their one scene together. When Jinx is talking about the cookie... How do I feel about the solution to Hextech just being to delete it from the world? I don't agree that that's a conclusion of this series. I looked at it totally differently. Their connection with one another made the ideas of the worlds without one another less terrifying. Something neither would have been able to do without having met the other. From that one meeting in episode 2, their lives are fundamentally changed, and they are absolutely soulmates. Oh, I love Victor. I'm so glad to have put him on this list. Welcome back, Moonless. Unfortunately, you joined us kind of at the end, because I think this is the last one we're going to do today. How do I interpret his version of Sky and Victor's Mindscape? For a proper elaboration, you could check out my reactions to those episodes, Gio. But the TLDR would be that I think Sky is embodying his idealized version of what he wishes she would say, to guide him along the easier path. That's my interpretation of her. While also showing him a conscience in moments where he goes too far. Because I think Victor is very self-contradictory. I think he consistently wants to go along the easier path because of the pain in the other path, but at the same time is self-aware on a subconscious level enough for Sky to point that out in being his conscious, while at the same time enabling him. I think she directly reflects his contradictory nature. She enables him and tells him the things that will help guide him along the path that he really shouldn't go on, and also tells him to back up when he's gone too far. See ya, Andres. It's a made-up Sky to cover his limitless potential and pursuit. Yeah, I view that purely as a projection. Anyways, guys, I think that's going to be it for today. How has every single Top 100 stream been 5 hours, even when I thought they would be shorter? Excuse me. One sec. What I meant was how Victor set himself up as a savior and tried to coax that out of a reluctant Jinx, and yet how in the finale... Oh, I see. I see. I didn't know what you were talking about, but I got you. The faux savior. Anyways, thank you guys so much for joining me. Thank you for joining me on this packed Tuesday, where Oblivion got shadow dropped and made me freak out. I'm gonna download that. I hope you enjoyed the next stream. This is a bit of a weird week because of the way things are structured around the Bleach movie days, but the next stream is scheduled to be Sunday with One Piece. Then a week yesterday, we will be finishing this list. So Monday we'll be finishing the list. We'll probably have a Bleach movie day on the Wednesday. And then we might finish the top 100 fiction the week after. Keep an eye on the Discord for the... thank you so much for joining me. Thank you, mods. Thank you, everyone. Keep an eye on the Discord for the ranking, because you can stick your hat in the ring and have an influence on the community rankings, which we will view next week. Good luck with the job interviews, Almaza. And yeah, thank you so much for joining me. In the next couple days, I'm going to try to do some video work, but if it's too much, I might not do it. I have to do some recording, but we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, thank you guys so much. I hope you enjoyed. I always love sharing my new lists with you guys, and the ones we did today were tons of fun. I can't wait to share the top 45 with you next time. No, we're not streaming tomorrow. We're streaming Monday. We're streaming Monday to finish the Antagonists. And we'll see. Where do Yakuza antics go? Where do Bleach antics go? If there are any. If there are more. Naruto. What are the changes? We'll see. We'll see. Thank you guys so much. Have a great rest of your week. As always, I'll be in the Discord sharing my thoughts on Bleach, Can't Fear Your Own Worlds, some anime stuff, some trail stuff. Yeah. So see you guys in there. And have a good one. I'm really excited to keep sharing these. Thank you so much for indulging me, guys. And enjoy the VOD if you check out the VOD to me. See you guys.